Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another night here on the Saints stream. We've got all these leagues kind of wrapping up now, heading into grand finals here for NECC League of Legends here. This is, I believe, the Legends bracket here, and we got the Saints up against York University, a team that they have met previously in this season, did actually fall to them, but it's an interesting one. We've got preseason now on the horizon. We've got a whole new patch notes to talk about here. I'm Josh Fundy Pafundi, joined once again by Adam Choles. Adam, why don't you take it away with a little breakdown of the new patch here?
And of course, the new patch, realistically, a main big thing is TFT's coming out. We're going to be grinding that one out. That's all I know. Winter break's going to be nice and fun. Nonetheless, main patch things is Ravenous Hydra getting a lot of power taken out. Some of these tanks getting a couple of compensation buffs. They haven't quite been performing, even though everyone freaked out about all the tank items and everything. Weren't actually as strong as people perceived. Sunfire specifically getting a buff after getting a lot of that power taken out. I think specifically we might see some new champions rise. It's the power of the Zeds coming up, so to speak. Zach Zeri getting some pretty significant buffs or changes in their own right, and Yumi getting some pretty significant nerfs as well. They did mention they're going to rework her at some point, so might not be the Meow Meow enchanter that we know. And love?
Yeah, love is a strong word in this situation, especially when we're talking about a champ like Yumi. But yeah, Zeri, definitely an interesting one. We haven't really seen that almost since like her release pretty well, like when she was very, very dominant. And taking away Yumi, I think it's going to open up like a lot newer lanes. Like typically it was, if you pick the Zeri, you have to pick the Yumi, right? Yeah. And now we're going to see people just play with a lot more other supports and, you know, maybe find out some new stuff that's definitely going to work.
Yeah, and I think the main thing about Zeri specifically is that the last time we actually saw Zeri on this stream was when York played it in Game 3. They pulled out the Zumi against Rockboom and Erase at that point. It was still Rafa at that point. They pulled it out. They did do a great job. They got so big of a lead and they just weren't able to really recover. At least the Saints weren't. And I think in that situation, it's something that maybe the Saints are thinking of in that situation. Logia has a lot of history with that champion, has done quite well with it in the past, so maybe looking to target that down specifically. But nonetheless, overall, the way that these teams get here, you know, number 1, number 2 seed, it's sort of the expected result. Both of them got a bye in the first round. One semifinal was a little bit easier than the other, let's be real. I think the Saints had a pretty relatively easy time, at least with Purdue. On the flip side, York went up against Fisher and actually were able to take them down. So sort of the two Canadian teams to take down Fisher, duking it out in the finals here. And, you know, it's going to be a nice old Canadian showdown. And with League Power Rankings, we did delay them, actually, until tomorrow to see the results of this one. Okay. It's effectively Seed 3 versus Seed 5. Things may shift around if is able to come away victorious, but of course the Saints have had a very busy week, playing of course in NACE finals, having a little bit of a rough go of things against the other Saints at Maryville, but nonetheless, see how they come into it today. I think it's going to be an interesting series. We're kind of expecting 5 games if we're being real.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the last time these two teams played, I mean, it was a best of 3, but that went all the way to Game 3 and close games at that. You said like it took that Zeri pick to come out, right? So I think it's definitely going to be a lot of mid-set adjustments, right? And a lot of readjusting the draft after each game, really just starting to target out each player, because you know each of these teams is going to come in with some new crazy theory. I think a lot of teams in League like to do that, especially during the preseason with all these wild patches coming in. Like you mentioned the Zach as well. Like that's a champ, you know, we haven't really seen in Collegiate in a long time. He hasn't really had that power level at that point for a long time. So I think it's going to be really interesting just to see some of the new picks coming out. Jungle, definitely an interesting.
Yeah, and I think with the changes to Ravenous Hydra, not going to be as dominant in that situation. We might see a little bit more pullback on the Wukong, the Graves, that sort of stuff that has sort of popped up because of how strong Ravenous Hydra was. It is still a strong item. I think there is 100%. Some situations where you can still pick that up, but really curious to see what Alonso pulls through, because they sort of had this dichotomy playing Graves and then also playing Sejuani. We might see that come through once again. I think there's still going to be a focus on these tankier, more utility-based junglers, and realistically, we'll have to see what the other lanes have to speak for. Specifically, Bakery Boy in that mid lane, always going to be pulling out something different. We saw the Jock Show Akali come through. We've seen the LeBlanc time and time again. I think that nonetheless, Bakery Boy will always have something up their sleeve. And the mid meta is rather open right now. There's definitely a lot of picks that are viable, and Bakery Boy has shown that they know what the meta is. They know the matchups necessary. They're willing to pull out the Syndra. They're willing to pull out the Vex if necessary. So nonetheless, should be a very interesting series. I'm excited to see if they can come away with this NECC championship.
Yeah, 100%. And that about wraps it up for the pre-show here. But we will be right back with you guys after a quick little break. We will come back with Game 1 draft. Welcome back after that quick little break there. And here we are, Adam, Game 1 draft, NECC Grand Finals. Can't wait to kick this off.
Yeah, super excited to see what these teams have in store, of course. This is technically only like our second cast looking at, well, at least the two of us looking at preseason as a whole. So I'm very curious to see what they will pull out in terms of these picks once again. You know, there has been sort of this defined meta. It hasn't wavered too much realistically, looking at some pro scrims that are happening in China and everything right now. A lot of the meta is still the same. It's more so just different looks, different builds and everything. One pick that has risen up, though, is Mundo Jungle specifically. That's just going to be taken off of the table. They don't want to deal with the fastest clear in the game, by the way, except for maybe Karthus, as well as having that Heartsteel, having that, you know, ramping up AD and just being sort of a menace in the late game.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw Alonso on that Mundo before as well, and it's also like a bit of a flex pick towards that top lane as well.
It can be flexed,
it's a pretty solid pick to just get onto the board, so taking that off, going to be great for York to start off there. Evelyn ban 1 there from the Saints. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, it's more so a one-trick ban towards Unawakened there. You just want to take that tool away. Evelyn, one of those champions that just sort of sits under the fog of herself and just runs around, kills everyone, doesn't like that. I mean, I'm sure if anyone's calling for that, is Rockboom being like, I don't want to play against an Evelyn. No, leave me alone. Whereas Alonso's like, I don't care. I'll play a tank into it and deal with it. But nonetheless, you just want to take that off the table. You don't want to have that agency to sort of assassinate your backline.
Yeah, and York coming right back at the Saints with another target ban at LeBlanc towards Bakery Boy there in the mid lane. But Bakery Boy, though, throughout the season, he's shown us way more picks than just that LeBlanc. At the starting, I think it was before a lot of these teams knew that, right, that was Bakery Boy's comfort pick, being like a relatively new player in the scene, right? Yeah. But now that a lot of these teams have seen it, it's a pretty common ban here against the Saints.
Exactly, and it was LeBlanc that sort of burned the side of York last time around when they played that out. Wukong getting banned, though, not too crazy. Even though Ravenous Hydra did get nerfed, there's not as much Omnivamp. There's still a whole bunch of AD that you've got to deal with there. The ultimate's just so strong. Wukong's new ultimate, just spin in to win.
Yeah, I mean,
you got to take it off the table.
You can't beat it. Yeah, and that's one of those champs that can still use that Ravenous Hydra, right? Even after those nerfs to come through, he's still going to be super strong with that one. Taking that off the table definitely helps you out in that long run. Helps out Alonso's jungle matchups as well, for sure. Heimerdinger to come back from York University. I mean, we've seen the Saints pick that Heimerdinger support before, and like, they're comfortable picking it out as like just some kind of counter pick, or just when they think it's optimal in that lane and they think the other team's just not going to be ready for that.
Yeah, and realistically, when we had an interview right before they went to Philly, they were talking about the Ashe Heimerdinger combo in that sense. I mean, it just controls the lane. It really puts down any sort of melee supports. It really prevents anything from sort of existing down there. So even if they are to pick another strong bot lane, the Varus is strong right now, the Karma's strong, Lucian Nami's strong. Even then, Heimerdinger wins those matchups just because Heimerdinger has a boatload of damage. Half the time you look at the damage charts afterwards, Heimerdinger has the most damage in the game somehow, some way.
Yeah, like, honestly, it's just, it comes through in the end, and I think it comes off the back of typically building some of those burn items as well. Like, the fact that you can just toss ulted rockets into the enemy team and they're just going to be burning down throughout that entire fight. It just adds up so much. It's like any other burn champion. You throw that Morgana in there, something like that. It really sneaks up on you in terms of the damage charts. Cassiopeia to be taken off the table from St. Clair College, and the first pick of Varus to come through from York U.
No surprise. I think, Varus still one of those strongest 80 carries. Right now still has another build where they go Ravenous Hydra first item and you build towards Eclipse, you build towards Manamune. Sort of going back to this lethality build that was sort of niche beforehand with the on-hit being a little bit better. You can still go on-hit with the Ravenous Hydra. Your wave clear is insane in the early game. Normally you're not used to having AoE auto attacks on someone like Varus, so it clears out those waves a lot quicker. But as expected, Lucian going to come through very quickly. The Nami going to get picked up as well. No surprise there. Lucian Nami, just a combo as old as time, it feels like at this point. It's such a strong duo lane in that sense. And I mean, especially with those nerfs sort of coming through to Nami where her electrocute doesn't proc on the bubbles anymore. Lucians have been moving towards this first strike build where you just go W ult in a fight and you just do so much damage and you're just able to shred through the front line of any team.
Yeah, 100%. And it's like, it's one of those picks too, just one of those bot lane picks where like, a lot of teams they don't think it warrants a ban, right? They don't think it warrants the Nami ban. They don't think it warrants the Lucian's ban. And then, because in the bot lane right now, there's so many more threats that you need to be worried about, like something like the Varus Karma that was just picked up from York, like super safe bot lane, right? And it can just output so much damage when you're least expecting it.
Yeah, and I think the major thing is just Varus Karma is one of those lanes that can match up to the Lucian Nami in terms of early lane control. It all comes down to whether you have a kill lane or a push lane. That's one of the major things that you need to think about in these situations. Varus Karma wants to push. You have that Karma to push them through, push a whole bunch of damage onto the enemies. On the flip side, Lucian Nami wants to kill level 2. You're going all in, you're given the drugs, you're given the bubble, and you're going right in there.
Yeah, and followed up by that Sejuani pick in the jungle. They could be looking at a lot of support for those kills coming in. I mean, Sejuani, just another one of those champs that comes through, and like every time they come in for a gank, you know they're finding some kind of value because you have to respect that stun that's going to come out. So you're at least getting a summoner spell when that Sejuani comes down.
Exactly. And I think especially when you've got Sejuani, you have to consider that, you're going to have this huge beef tank in the front line. It's going to sort of take away from Lucian's power in the later stages. Lucian, one of those champions that sort of falls off as time goes on. Granted, seeing recent performances at the highest level, Lucian seems to still look like a late game champion somehow just because of how strong they're able to get, the lead that you're able to accrue for yourself. But the Sylas, taking away that Sejuani ultimate as an option, you also take away that Varus ultimate. Varus ultimate has a huge AP ratio, and you can actually steal that away into a boatload of damage back the opposite way. It's more so the Sejuani ultimate that you can sort of counter-engage against them. If the Sejuani is ulting your AD carry, you're stealing that away, and you're throwing that onto the backline as well from the side of Clair. So you want to be able to match that ability to sort of stall out fights a little bit, and I think that's a really good pickup for the Sylas there for the side of the Saints.
Yeah, already that third pick comes through, and yeah, there's just already two amazing options of ults to steal on the board there. St. Clair banning out that Akali ban number 4. They're going to get rid of that. I mean, we've seen Akali's run rampant in this mid lane too, and honestly, with some of these like bruiser builds and stuff like the Jack Show build, I could see Akali going to top lane as well. I mean, you have the sustain to do it, and like you have the solo potential to be able to like live in that island of the top lane.
Yeah, and one of the main things that sort of come through is there was a scrim sort of leaked from Team Liquid versus EDG Youth, and it was Akali versus Cassante in the top lane there. While Cassante is disabled for playoffs for NECC, it's not going to be picked up. It's just Akali being able to go up there and bully a lot of melee laners there. You aren't going to be taken advantage of in that early game in top lane and some of these tankier matchups. You're just able to run rampant. You want to take that off the table, and even in the mid lane here, specifically against the Sylas, it's a skill matchup. You need to make sure that you're willing to win that. And Misha, being a player who is very competent on assassins, would pull out a Zed out of nowhere in past years as well. You want to take that agency away on someone like an Akali who has that dive potential, of course. Flip side, you want to talk about dive potential, Hecarim going to be taken off the table as well. Hecarim, one of those champions that can sort of drain tank and do more damage than a Sejuani.
Yeah, I mean, dive potential too. Hecarim is like quintessential dive champion, like quintessential engage for any team. I mean, you just fly in there unstoppable, fear half the team, and then you can just pick out any target you want with that E ability and just bring them right back into your team. Vex to be thrown back out. So they're really just targeting this mid lane from the Saints with these last two bans. Vex going to get taken out there.
And Vex is normally seen as a good matchup into the Sylas just because her ult isn't spectacular. And it's weird to say that. It's weird to say, oh, this champion's ult isn't good, so that's why you'd pick it into Sylas. But that's exactly what you want to do. You don't want to be giving more tools over, but in a lot of ways, it is a champion that can match. It can fear the Sylas away. You have that disengage potential, and when you use your ultimate, your kit works with it. Sylas's ultimate, or Sylas, when he steals away the Vex ultimate, his kit's sort of messy around there. There is some angle to do so. It's kind of fun 100%. To go into that backline, but it can be challenging. But nonetheless, Gangplank ban going to come through. And the Nocturne comes through. This is one that, Alonso has picked up a couple of times in the past. It is dive potential.
Yeah,
and it's sort of going for what this comp is all about at this point. They're looking to sort of engage fights on their terms and get into that backline ASAP.
Yeah, and especially with something like that Nami bubble too, you combo that with the Nocturne ult, you can just absolutely disrupt the enemy team in any of these team fights, pick out that target, and then dive, right? You already talked about the dive potential. York bringing in the Aatrox here, presumably into that top lane there. And I mean, Aatrox, still a great pick.
Safe blind pick. Well, what can you ask for in that situation? You're going to have a lot of good matchups, even the rough matchups. You're sort of banking on them not knowing it that well. With it actually being Felix playing top lane, Zephyros might be a little bit of a different champion pool than what we're used to seeing from Ricky in that situation, but nonetheless, the Yone comes down as well as the answer into the Sylas. This is an interesting matchup because there's a lot of AD now coming through on the side of York. They're going to have to find some builds that work in their favor. Might be seeing that lethality Varus. Could see AP Varus come through in the bot lane. Not sure if that's optimal, but now you've got a lot of AD in that situation. It's going to be difficult for someone like, for the mid lane here specifically, for them to be able to match the magic damage on the opposite side. You have just armor, you have plated steel caps, you have all these other options in terms of itemization. For armor specifically, kind of need to find some damage elsewhere, and maybe that's where they're going to look for the Karma, but Shen comes down, and I actually like this combo. It's with the Nocturne.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about dive. How do you finish off that dive comp than with a Shen? There's no better way, right? You give... Not only are you adding just the Shen teleport for even more dive potential, right? Shen TP, taunt, you've got as much CC as you pretty much want from him. You get a little bit of max health magic damage as well. Not to mention that, though, but you get to save your team when it's really necessary, right? And just that global presence from the Shen is really good to round out this.
Yeah, and I think the main thing is you've got this sort of aircraft carrier coming down. The Shen's,
Yeah.
the Nocturne's just going to ult into that backline with the Shen ult on top of them, and all of a sudden you've got two people going in. They're dive buddies at that. So I'm very curious to see how York are going to be able to play around this. First of all, the Darkness really going to take away from the engage ability of this Yone, of this Varus and everything. They're going to have to use a lot of these ultimates a little bit more defensively, and what that means is Saints are going to be able to start fights on their own terms. And this is something where they've thrived in the past. If they can be the ones to look for engages, if they can be the ones to initiate the fights, they are in really good shape. And on the flip side, you've still got this Nami to sort of back off the fight, disengage, use that wave to sort of space out in case that Yone is coming into the backline. Another thing about Yone is that when that ultimate comes through, the bubble is really easy to hit. Because you know
100%.
exactly where they're going to end up. They're going to end up behind the last person that they hit there. You know exactly where to drop that bubble, prevent some of that damage from coming down, gives Rock Boom an escape as well. So nonetheless, these comps are very interesting. I'm going to have to wait a little bit, though, to get into game, though. Riot moment, you know.
Yeah, happens to the best of us here, but yeah, I think coming into these team fights as well, that Nami wave is going to be so crucial, because you take a look at the enemy bot lane, right? Varus Karma, there's like zero mobility in that bot lane. The Nami wave being able to just enter a fight, just start the fight, like you said, on Saints' terms here, and then just follow it up with all of the CC you want here, right? You've got Bakery Boy can follow up on the Silas. So it looks like we do have a bit of an update here. It is going to be a bit of a technical pause, but we're just going to send it to a quick break, come back in with game one. And we are back. We got that little bug sorted out here. League Spectator client, I mean, what are you going to do? Sometimes it's just not happy with us here in the production room. But we are in here. We do got the players starting off here. Interesting from the Saints here. Recently, we've been seeing them a lot of times go towards that mid to try and get some vision, or towards that bot lane, try and get some vision in that mid bush down here. We're just going to start with this 5-point start here. Actually, York University who went and dropped that ward down ball lane.
Yeah, I think major thing to note is, especially for York, they need to control this lane and where exactly everything is. it is going to be Phoenix there dropping down the ward, making sure that everything is all cleared out. Major thing to keep in mind, though, is that on the flip side, they aren't going for that. They're going for a little bit of a late invade, and Misha forced to back off here, giving over a little bit of information. Of note, Bakery Boy going to be putting down a ward. I like to call it the KFC ward at that. You know, you keep an eye on the chickens, make sure that you have the timing on exactly when Unawakened is going to go there. But as you can see, Unawakened starting on the top side of the map means they still have that information. They know that Raptors is always that second camp for Sejuani. If it isn't, you know exactly where she's starting.
Yeah, 100%. And this bot lane already getting into some trades here. Rockboom taking a lot of damage level 1, but Logia right there on the flip side to receive that one. A lot of pots being popped already as well. It's a Q. Not actually going to end up hitting Rockboom. It's just that Airy, I believe that was. Yeah, Airy coming through from Phonics there on that Karma. Phonics and Logia here in the bot lane. They're going to get a lot of poke on a race here, but this is just how these two bot lanes are going to work, right?
Yeah, and I mean, you look at the summoner choices as well. Varus has popped through all of those potions already, only has the cookie left, whereas Rockroom still working on their own potions, has a little bit more agency. Both of them did take heal now, and heal was sort of taken away from the meta a little bit when there was some more aggressive picks being picked in terms of, you know, Akali's every single game where you needed that exhaust. Not so much now, so you've got that heal as sort of a backup plan. You have the extra effective HP to be able to go in those situations, but nonetheless, bot lane definitely going to be duking it out here. Of note, Logia and Onyx going to be able to pick up first to level 2 there, and then they now have control over that lane. Rockroom has to back off in those situations.
Yeah, here in the top lane, we've got a bit of some trades going on here with that Shen into that Aatrox, though. Shen with Grasp, though, going to be getting, you know, even if they are on the lower end of health in these trades, going to be getting at least a little bit of scaling out of that. Grab a little bit more health for yourself, because honestly, you can do stuff in the lane against the Aatrox, but in the end, you're going to be playing pretty passively. Like, you're not going to be going for solo kills at Shen, at least not until you get some kind of anti-heal or something you can really match up to this Aatrox.
And of course, the main thing about Shen is that they aren't trying to match the Aatrox.
Yeah,
They're trying to just let the Aatrox do their thing. That's going to be Bakery Boy's job to sort of deal with the Aatrox in the side lane later on. They're going to be trying to join up with the team. They're going to be, you know, holding their own for whatever it's worth. I want to see like a second item Warmogs come through from Zephrod off on the top side just so that they can keep their health there. Basically, their health is going to be their only resource, same as Peter Bishop there. If they're able to keep that up, they'll be in good shape. But gank on the bot side.
Yeah, Flash comes through from Rockboom. Nami Bubble to bail him out as well. But Flash going to be burned, as well as an exhaust from that Karma.
Race.
Logia dangerously low there after that exhaust. Race the only one who can get some damage in. First blood to come through for Logia. Rockboom, can you make it out? Rockboom is able to trade that one back there. Or it's actually a Race who grabs that kill. Rockboom not able to grab an assist on that one. Was too busy trying to save their own life here. But over towards the mid lane, Misha getting poked down a lot now. A very large wave about to crash into that tower as he's forced it back.
Yeah,
does have TP.
Peter Bishop also got a solo kill on the top side of the map. It seems like Zephrod wasn't going down there. Baker Boy going on tower.
Able to find that. Flash comes out, still gonna fall. Unfortunate Flash burnt there, but 1-for-1 in the mid lane. It's actually Peter Bishop going to TP down there, pick up all this farm, because that is a massive wave that was about to crash.
Yeah, and you know, Peter Bishop not going to be too worried about the Shen getting back to lane there. The wave is going to slow push back into the Aatrox, and what they might do is they might even just send... Well, they're going to actually send Misha back into the mid lane here. Interesting choice to not have them go top lane and just clear that wave and then swap back at the next time the waves are sort of resetting for themselves, but nonetheless, it's just giving a lot more gold over to Peter Bishop on this Aatrox, and Aatrox is one of those champions that if you can get a little bit of a lead going for yourself, you're going to be in good shape. Already, as you can see, 600 gold difference between these two teams. A lot of that is going to be based on that Aatrox getting that solo kill, plus a whole bunch of extra farm. And you know, Misha not even going to be getting most of this wave. It's going to be Bakery Boy sort of holding this CS lead significantly so. It'll be interesting to see how they play this out later on into the game, because the Yone, you want to get that Yone gold, but it's not going to be your only win condition. You have multiple of them on this comp.
Yeah, and I mean, Bakery Boy, even when it seems like they're losing the lane, right, somehow Bakery Boy always finds themselves ahead in CS, whether it be 5, whether it be 10 here like we're seeing. Eventually that lead is going to build up for Bakery Boy. That's just how they are. They're really good at coming in, catching those waves, and just making sure they're always there for that CS. Meanwhile, though, see Peter Bishop picked up just straight up 3 longswords, just going in there for that straight damage on the first stack after that solo kill.
Yeah, and realistically, it's 30 AD. It's going to be the most gold efficiency you might be able to get with that amount. You know, it's not quite enough for Caulfield's. not quite going to be enough for, your serrated Dirk in that situation. Really just wanting to get as much gold as possible, get back on the map. And I think realistically, maybe they would have liked to stay for a little bit extra, but not going to be the case. But Bakery Boy dancing around Misha here.
Yeah, whips those chains. Misha. Actually, ult gets stolen by Bakery Boy. He's just going to opt out of that one in the end. Take that one. I mean, Silas ult, it's a low enough cooldown you can really just do that. Obviously, the longer cooldown on Silas ult is those individual champion cooldown. As the ult, I'm pretty sure level 1, it's like, what, 75 seconds? Something around that.
The ult is 75 seconds, but you have to keep in mind the ability haste and how that scales into it. It is 200% of the original ability's ability haste. There is a time where you get enough of that. You go, like, I think it's full CDR build on Silas, you're able to get like 100 ability haste, which gets down the ultimate to lower than the original champion cooldown, which is really fun. But nonetheless, here you can see early Dragon priority going to be going over to the side of York. This is somewhat expected. You can see that bot lane getting a little bit more of that advantage, a little bit more gold in the pockets, and of course shoving out that wave. And just based on the resets and everything, Unawakened able to take this a little bit easier and able to get over the wall compared to what Alonso's going to be doing. But Alonso just trying to sprint to level 6 as quickly as possible. Interesting to note that Unawakened has been able to keep pace and will get 6 at approximately the same time here. Alonso clears out Krug, should be able to get there at level 6. Then they have to start to look for ganks here because thus far, Sejuani's had a little bit more impact, just sort of showing up in that bot lane and forcing themselves.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Alonso pretty well forced to farm because before level 6, Nocturne not going to be able to keep up with the map presence from that Sejuani. Not going to be able to keep up with those ganks, and you can't do much on a Nocturne gank until you have that ultimate as well. I mean, don't get me wrong, you can find the fear, you have the CC, but it's got to be a prime gank for it to just not be very telegraphed, right?
Yeah, and you need setup. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
Really, your only setup is going to be coming from Bakery Boy in the mid lane. Misha, as always, going to be using that Spirit to sort of just put down a ward, get a little bit of vision, and get all the way back. Is actually spotted out doing that, so at least Bakery Boy's aware of the situation, but Unawakened on the bot side.
Yeah, Rock Boom and Erase not ready for that lane gank there from Unawakened. Rock Boom saved in the end by Erase. Looked like he was at around 10 health there after the hit to come through. Rock Boom having a tough time of this bot lane, getting pretty well just poked out, not able to grab that lead that this Lucian Nami loves so much. Granted, up on CS, has yet to die, right? Has been saving themselves in these situations. Only Erase has fallen once, but Lucian Nami really loves to fight it out, really loves to find those early kills and just try to get this Lucian rolling as quick as possible.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what they're trying to stop as well. That's why the Sejuani's making so many appearances on the bottom side. But Alonso now going to do a little bit of counter jungling. Might run into Unawakened here, but still has that spell shield to get out of that. Of note, did pick up that Rift Shield. Should be in decent shape, at least, to continue that push forward. Alonso going to get that stolen away. Not much you can do about that with a smite. Now, have to try and find a crazy way out of here. Peter Bishop's on the other side of the map. Alonso flash over.
Yeah, flash comes through. Peter Bishop not going to chase that one down. And after grabbing that Rift Herald, going to have a quick back to come through. Misha going to be flashed away by Bakery Boy. Is that all? Bakery Boy back in on Phoenix. There's the dive from Toebreaker there from Zephyros on that Shen. Stand united. The Saints will stand united today. Even up those kills. Going to be still 400 gold lead coming through for York University, though, as well as having that Infernal Drake on the map there. So that's a nice little buff in the early game as well.
Yeah, and a lot of that's just going to come from the top lane CS gap as well, but they're going bot lane.
Yeah, there's that Nocturne ult to come through. The darkness has fallen there, and that's exactly what Alonso is needing to do as soon as they hit 6 there. Bakery Boy getting flashed in on by Unawakened here. Bakery Boy, no sums available. Just going to have to fight this one out, see how long they can last. Not actually being chunked down too much. There's the Sejuani ultimate to finally come out. But Misha is in a dangerous position here. Gonna fall to Bakery Boy in the 1v2. Bakery Boy now just up against this Sejuani. Silas can 100% sustain this one out as long as they don't get chunked down too much. But that stun to come through from Awakened is going to finish that one off. Sejuani getting a great boost on the damage as soon as she hits that stun to come through. That next auto going to be chunking for so much. Bakery Boy doesn't have the ability haste to come through, doesn't have enough W's in that fight. Erase getting chunked down a lot on the bottom side. Most likely going to have to disengage. Low mana, low health. You see them just walking back to tower here.
And I mean, just a lot to digest in the last little bit there of note. Misha trying to go in for those fights when he doesn't really have any items in the back pocket. That is not going to be a winning fight, as Bakery Boy had that lost chapter, had that ability haste in the Kingslayer to just keep sustaining up. A little bit of a miss there from Zephyros on the top side, taking a bunch of damage on the way out, but nonetheless, you can just see how aggressive this top lane is going to be playing out no matter what. Misha just trying to find whatever they can. Does spot out Alonso, so that's going to be something to consider. And yeah, just not a fun lane for Zephrot for the time being until they're able to build up a little bit of health for themselves. Until they get to about that heart steal, it's going to be a really difficult lane. Yeah, on that bottom side of the map, you know, speaking of the pluses for the Saints, getting that Rift Trail down, getting a bunch of plates into Rockboom's pocket, and now all of a sudden Rockboom is off to the races. That is already Mandate plus the Gale Force complete on that bot side. You look across the map and it's tier 2 boots and the makings of an Immortal Shield bow. Right now, this Lucian Nami is online and they are ready to fight.
Yeah, and they're going to be looking for that fight. You see Erase having that wave coming up. Looks like it should be around maybe 20 seconds to come through on that one. The culling available from Rockboom. They're going to be looking for this fight. You see Phonix there on the Karma, kind of just waiting in this bush towards this bot side. They do have vision in a lot of the other bushes as well, so not going to be too concerned when Erase actually will end up walking into one of those, because it's inevitably going to happen there. But looks like Phonix and Logia dash out. The culling the wrong way. Rockboom just instantly deleted by that Sejuani ult combo there. And the damage to come out. Erase going to be forced to flash away from that one. Alonso is there bot side on the Nocturne. Was just finishing off that Gromp there. So if they decided to chase Erase there, they are going to have that pressure there. But Unawakened just moving straight towards this second Drake. Alonso does have the smite available, does have the ultimate available, but chooses to ult towards that bot side. Flashes away is that Varus from the tidal wave there, and that's all the kill pressure Dawn Erase. Gonna have to wait for that wave to come back up before they can really engage on anything else here, and Unawakened just continually soloing this Drake. Alonso might actually have a way to get in here, but you can't fight that out.
Yeah, oh my goodness, actually, yeah, not even a good smite at that, but Phoenix now in trouble. Rockboom going to be going in for that one. Misha now going to be dashing over that wall. Doesn't really have a way out. Going to go to the Spirit as well. There's everyone going over the walls of 4v2 for the Saints. They're going to be able to take one member out. Misha going to go down next. Next on the agenda is Logia. Going to be able to turn one back around. Do they have the damage? Bakery Boy chases it down. It's a double kill for the Saints.
Bakery Boy Silas coming in at the end there just gave them that little advantage they needed to win the team fight. Not to mention the starting of that team fight. That first kill onto Logia instantly picked off, right? Toebreaker though. Zephrot here can be getting dove under tower. Peter Bishop taking a bit of damage, but still has kill pressure under tower, especially with this ultimate up now. No blockage on those auto attacks, and that's just it's unfortunate, but it's expected from a lane like this. The Aatrox, he's gonna end up running rampant eventually. Shen, like we talked about, not playing for that lane. You're not playing for the lane, you're playing for the impact you have on the rest of the map. You're expecting to lose that lane when you pick Shen. You can see this 2 kills up now, 2 solo kills up, 50 CS difference almost, over 50 CS difference. You see the gold difference there, almost double coming through for Peter Bishop there in the top lane. But then you take a look at something like this mid lane, Bakery Boy, 1,400 gold up. You see the jungler also up, Alonso. Finally, that power farming is going to come through, give him that boost in gold that he needed. And the bot lane, well up there as well.
And realistically, Shen's losing? Okay.
It's Shen.
Okay.
Like,
yeah, it's just, okay. That's expected at that point. You know, you're not going to be... You don't find value, and you don't need as much gold to find value. And of course, it's going to suck for the time being as a culling goes down, just giving Phoenix a little bit of back massage there, but you don't really need to have gold on this Shen. Once you get your Heartsteel, once you start to get some of these supportive items, very likely to see a Redemption come through, a Warmog, just anything that is utility-based is going to be good. But fighting in the mid lane.
Yeah, Unawakened, going to be followed up by that Varus ult as well. Erase somehow living through that for a while as they're going to be forced to burn a lot of resources just to kill Erase. Alonso drops that ultimate, comes in, find the first pick. Misha very low under tower, huge shield from that shield bow, from that Karma as well, but Bakery Boy and Rockboom relatively unfazed from a lot of that damage. Rockboom, about 1.5 here of health. Just going to be peppering that turret with some auto attacks. Don't really have the kill pressure to come in onto Rockboom. He's going to feel pretty safe in that mid lane as Alonso just moves up towards this Rift Herald. Bakery Boy going to give him a bit of support there as well, but you see Phonix on this Karma. He's up towards that top side. Peter Bishop as well. The Aatrox is not necessarily a fight they can take right now.
Yeah, they're just going to back off of this one. Peter Bishop is incredibly strong right now. Main thing that kept Erase alive for so long was the Stand United. It was canceled out at the very, very end by Peter Bishop. Had to go aggressive to try and stop that one up. But as you can see, yes, Stand United is on cooldown. It is what kept him alive. But Bakery Boy going to try and end Worlds as well, potentially. Go golden.
Yeah, Bakery Boy, immediate flash out of the stopwatch as well. There's the engage onto Phonics.
Oh, no.
That karma is going to fall.
Here.
But this is dangerous for Alonso as he's going to fall to the combined might of York University. Whiff chains from Bakery Boy, not going to hit Unawakened with a nice sidestep. Logia, what damage to come out from him there. Just continuing these autos, but Bakery Boy back in onto this Varus. Varus going to pump out too much damage. Got that shield bow in hand now. Got the Rage Knife as well. That on-hit damage going to be stacking up as Rock Boom and Shen there. Toebreaker Zephyros forced to move out of this fight. Nice little dodge from Rock Boom, but Peter Bishop still chasing them down in this top lane. Will you be safe to back in that bush, my friend?
I'm just going to back off of that one, but nonetheless, a very interesting fight. The whole squad showed up there. Misha came at the back end of that fight, was able to find a decent amount of damage before going down themselves, but nonetheless, you know, Bakery Boy doing what they can to try and put the team on their back. Right now, they are so ridiculously fed, and you need to look towards the sides to engage those fights, but nonetheless, might have overstayed their welcome a little bit. Erase's positioning, getting caught from behind by Logia at the end. Not in the best of positions, but nonetheless, Saints still dealing in a... They're in a decent spot right now, at the very least. You know, it's 1,500 gold down. You'd rather be up in gold. A lot of that is on that Aatrox, who's now 2 completed items. But once you're able to get Zephyros a little bit more health in there, once you're able to build up a little bit more of a lead for yourself, you're going to be in a decent spot if you're Bakery Boy, if you're Rock Boom in these situations. It's just about biding your time and taking fights on your own terms and not over-chasing as well.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it was an interesting decision to engage that fight, right? You just saw 3 members of this York team up by that Herald. You didn't know where one more of them was hiding along that map, right? You decide to take the fight. You think you have the advantage at the start, but York comes in, gonna be using that entire comp to their advantage there. You got that Sedge there for the engage. You can just follow up. Logia comes in the end and just does so much damage, but Rock Boom under tower now. Gonna have to try and stop this Rift Herald here with Erase, trading some damage back and forth. This Ocean Drake now up, and it's all looking like a third Drake to come through for York University as they find the pick onto Bakery Boy, and now there's just nothing for Saints to try and contest this dragon with.
Yeah, Bakery Boy just caught napping a little bit there, hands off the steering wheel there, and unfortunately got caught out by a couple of members. Not the best of situations, especially when you've got all that gold on the Silas. He was just trying to push out a bot wave to get a little bit of vision. It's not the ideal situation because now you're facing down Soul Point. Nonetheless, upside might be a play brewing here. Phoenix going to get face checked into, but they don't want to fight that because Peter Bishop is over that wall. And look at the damage to come through from that Aatrox. Even just, it's a sour spot there. You know, it's not the best damage you can put out, but it's only one of them that goes in. Oh my goodness, there goes Lonzo.
Yeah, Alonso right in there. The fear is going to pop. The wave to follow up as well. Logia dangerously low. Erase to pick up that kill with the bubble in the end. The pick is going to be good. A lot of resources burned, but you find it. You're keeping this gold lead even or close to even at that. And that's the one win the Saints are really finding, right? You're losing the priority for these Dragons. Whenever the timing is opportune for the Dragons, it's just somebody from the Saints gets picked off.
You need to start playing around these objective timers a little bit better, and one of the things that, you know, I've actually had conversations with Lear about their coach was just cycles, but look at this on top side.
Yeah, there's the engage from Peter Bishop there. Alonso, both of these players getting chunked down to close to half there. It's going to take a lot to try and kill that, especially with just the Nocturne. But here, Bakery Boy, some AP damage can definitely help break through that Death Dance. Not with Misha getting close to the backline, though. Unawakened, going to go in onto Rock Boom, but standing united. Zephyros helping out his teammate there, going to save Rock Boom's life there. And somehow, this fight did not end with a kill.
And it's just reactive fights. That's the issue. You know, it's Erase going down because they're caught up on the back side of things, but Peter Bishop is just Thanos at this point, running at everyone, doing so much damage. It is so difficult to lock this man down at this point. You got to start considering, you know, where's your Grievous Wounds? Where's sort of your help? And then they're going back in, though.
Yeah, Alonso, ultimate right back up, and Bakery Boy with those chains going to lock him down for the kill. Logia falls on that Varus. And while the Varus definitely doing work in the fights, getting high on that death counter. A lot of these fights, the Varus is getting picked out, and it's losing a lot of damage for York that is possible in these team fights, especially in that 5v5.
It's giving a window back into the game for the Saints as well. The main thing is that for this comp from York to work, they all need to fight as 5. They consistently need to go into that backline, and they consistently need to, you know, just group up, ball in, you know. It's a death ball comp at that, and realistically, at this point, they are struggling in these more spread out fights, when Logia is getting caught out, when it's Misha getting caught out, these places. It's not ideal for them. They're not fighting on their own terms, and that's exactly what the Saints want to do. They want to create chaos with this Nocturne ultimate. They want to create chaos with the Nami ultimate, and if they can get this aircraft carrier combination to a point where they can do that without having to worry about Rock Boom dying on the back end of the fight, they're going to be absolutely flying into the later stages of this game.
Yeah, and I think they've really gotten to a comfortable point, but Rock Boom uncomfortable in this river here as he's going to get stunned up, tries to pull out that culling, but dealing just about no damage to that Jack Show. Sejuani there on Unawakened. Bakery Boy caught out by Misha, but not going to take too much damage. Sonya is fully through, but there's the ultimate to come through from the Y1. Close out Bakery Boy as that Sonya's is going to fall. Erase as well, trying to get in some vision there. They could on the Baron, but gets caught out instead. York University consistently finding these picks where they need them, especially in that 4-player fights there. You see Peter Bishop comfortable to just side lane now, and the Saints are playing well off of that side lane, right? They're finding these picks when Peter Bishop is in the top lane, in the bot lane, but the problem is when it's 4 players like that, when it's everyone from York except Peter Bishop, they still have such a great comp to just lock down whoever they want, because there's no one except Zephyros on the Saints right now that won't really get shut down by that.
And that's the issue. Zephyros is trying to just push out these side lanes, get the map in a good place, and it seems as if the Saints are playing too high tempo for their own comp. They need to play more around the Shen ultimate. They need to pick fights when it's available, because that is what the champion brings to the table. It baits people into a fight, then it drops a 900, 1,000 health shield onto someone, keeps them alive for that extra second or two longer that the York isn't expecting. They've burned all of their bursts and everything. They're all out of cooldowns, and then you can look for the fight afterwards, but they aren't playing around their win condition, and that is what is leading to them falling a little bit behind. It's not a big gold deficit for them, you know, it's mostly the Baron and the fact there's 3 dragons down, but this dragon spawning in 30 seconds, the Baron's still going to be alive and well. They won't have wave control for that entire time so long as there's one person in these side lanes, and now you need to try and find a miracle fight on your own terms before the teleports come in from Peter Bishop and Misha. Can you find that is the question? That's going to be the challenge.
Yeah, especially the challenge, I think, is just going to be engaging this fight for the Saints. So often you see they're split up like this. You see Alonso there, bottom Tribush, now going to ult in straight into that team, though. Logia picked off right off the start. Peter Bishop not going to be around to save him this time. Unawakened getting chunked down dangerously low as well. Going to have to move out. Peter Bishop going to be shut down now. Misha the TP to come through, but Rock Boom shut down that Aatrox there. Misha, they can't get enough damage in before they're going to be locked down by Bakery Boy and the rest. Now, Rock Boom starting to stack up these kills, starting to stack up that gold as well. Alonso going to finish off Phonics there, and they should be able to grab this dragon. They've got all the cards in their hand now. They're going to deny that soul point is the main one, because Ocean Soul is a big one to grab, especially for a comp like Sejuani with an Ocean Soul. How are you going to kill it?
The main thing to keep in mind is they fought on their own terms. It was something that we mentioned from the get-go. You can't teleport in after the Nocturne ult goes down, so they know exactly when these cooldowns are coming through. They're dropping them immediately. They're getting the burst down to 3 members clumped up. They take someone out of the fight immediately, and then after that, they can start to focus down Peter Bishop. Then they can start to kill this Karma. They can start to kill this Yone. They don't need to focus them first. They get Logi out of the fight, and they are in good hands at that point. Look at the gold lead that Rock Boom has now. You know, it's growing even more in the later stages of this game. Lucian is an early game champion. You're meant to win the early game, and that didn't happen. But now they're starting to get the grasp back in their favor. And now, if we can get a look at the items here as well, we'll see a little bit more tankiness coming through from Zephyros. They're starting to pull it together a little bit more. You can see the gold is dead even here. And yes, Navori, interesting you bring that up, because it did get changed in the last little bit. Instead of it being just a bunch of random
cooldown production.
Who knows what it really did? There was like 2 champions that built it. Now, it gives you that same cooldown reduction, but it's based on your crit chance. And it's based on whenever you use your abilities. So you're always looking to use your ultimate, you're using your W to try and get your dash up as much as possible. But it gives you, at this point, because he has 60% crit, well, actually a little bit more, 75% crit chance in the inventory, it gives you 15% more damage on all your abilities.
Yeah.
So your ultimate is now tricking 15% more than it was before, on top of the Nami bubbles, on top of the first strike. You're going to get a lot of value out of your ult. Your combo is basically W ult and try and just back out of the fight at that point.
Yeah, 100%. And with every single one of those bullets from that ult getting that 15% increase, Navori is a great one on Lucian right now. And it's interesting because now it's a third one in that kind of ADC, that crit I guess not mythic, but the crit boost, right? The crit amp. You're going to have Rage Blade there for the on-hit damage. You've got IE, of course, and then...
From Yone?
Yeah, and then you've got Navori. We've got all three in this game, but Logia going to get engaged on by all three as Bakery Boy starts TPing down towards that bot side. Bakery Boy sees Phonics, could engage here, but doesn't know that there's two more players right below him. Peter Bishop now getting in on this fight, but Sephiroth here to follow up. Nice splash taunt onto Phonics there. There's the ult from Alonso as well. That's going to shut them down, but Peter Bishop and Unawakened still dangerous in this fight. Rock Boom, there's the culling to come through. You can just see it absolutely shredding even a tank like Sejuani there, even with that Anathema's chains coming through as well. Still gonna shred this tank there.
And it's a great fight. Once again, they're fighting on their own terms. They trust Bakery Boy to be the one to sort of engage, get in there, get their hands dirty, and then just go golden. And an incredible taunt flash coming through from Toebreaker as well. And it's Alonso backing it up, providing the extra little bit of damage. The positioning that they had in their favor. One thing to note, though, this Karma went for Radiant Virtue. This is an item that is very ultimate reliant. It's an interesting choice at that. What it does, though, every time she uses her ultimate, she's going to be able to go basically Ascended. She gets bonus health, and she provides healing to the rest of her team. We saw this come through a little bit at Nationals on Lulu specifically, where they go Radiant Virtue Lulu. They'd ult their ally or whatever, they ult themselves, they get 10% health plus the bonus from Wild Growth, and they go crazy from there. Same concept in this situation, of course, not going to proc on every single ult. It has a 60-second cooldown, but it is a good item because it provides more healing for her team. It's basically the best healing mythic right now, and it's a tank mythic, so
yeah. And the thing about Karma having it too, it's like, if you need to pop it, you don't need to like waste a Lulu ult, right? You just pop your ultimate, and it's one of those empowered abilities, right? Yeah, it's very easy to just start the fight with that and have that buff for the opportune time, right? You never want to just pop that buff at the end of the fight and then you're sat there to try and clean stuff up. But Saints now having some of these players just take to the side lanes. You see Alonso there up top, clearing out some vision, not actually able to finish that one off, waiting on that sweeper to come through. There it is.
Yeah. Be careful with Peter Bishop over the wall here. It doesn't seem like they're going to do too much to resist this. Right now, the Saints are in a really good spot, though, where you have, an item up on your AD carry. You're effectively an item up on your mid laner as well, and it's just down to whether you can find the fights on your own terms. Of note, the Sejuani third item, Gargoyle Stoneplate. She's trying to stay alive for as long as possible, just to be as annoying in the middle of the fight and drain tank as much as possible with that Joxer the Protean. Nonetheless, this is exactly what you do when you're Rock Boom. You go in there, you drop your ultimate, you get 112 gold. That's a whole wave's worth of gold because he pressed his ultimate on someone.
Yeah, I mean, the first strike to come through, it just adds so much. And I think that's the reason we're seeing, that's a big reason we're seeing the gold lead get this high at the end of these fights, because Rockboom's able to just grab so much with that keystone there. And it doesn't really matter about actually finding the kills in the fight as long as he's outputting the damage. He doesn't need to get the last hit, right? He can leave that for someone like Alonso to ult in, clean it up, allow Sephiroth to get in there as well. Bakery Boy's been finding a lot of these final touches as well, and now as this Ocean Drake starts to spawn, the Saints are the one who need to get this. They have to, realistically, they have to find the next 3 Drakes because they cannot allow this Ocean Soul to run away. The Nocturne ult from Alonso gonna save Rock Boom there as he can't get engaged on by that Sejuani further. Wow, big ult from Misha, able to lock down the Saints there. Charge up 3 of them. Rock Boom coming in with this. That culling is about to be back as well in this fight. You can see it getting close. Rock Boom just going absolutely crazy with these buffs from the Nami. Chasing down this Sejuani to be able to finish them off. Just keeps dashing, culling to come out as well. Will he chase down this final player? Misha gonna get away scot-free. Actually, Rock Boom and Erase,
they can do this.
They know where this player is now. My only concern here is Rock Boom's mana bar is looking dangerously low.
And nonetheless, I don't think they're going to go for it at the end. But effectively, Rock Boom's able to play Earth. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
Your dash already resets whenever you get your double up auto attack going down. You get extra cooldown reduction back whenever you're using an ability now. Do they have to smite, though, for this?
Do not, but Misha
burning.
Misha's not able to finish that one off. The healing actually going to come through in the end. A valiant attempt from Misha, but not able to find that one. Not able to make that steal, but pretty darn close, if anything.
Yeah, nonetheless, Curious to see how the next little bit comes through, because that was a big fight coming through from Rockboom. So a lot of damage in that regard, and overall I think that we're in for an interesting Baron fight at the very least. I'll just be curious to see if everything is going to pan out the way that we're expecting, I want to say, because in a lot of these fights, it just depends on who bites first. Whoever starts the fight is bound to win it, and a lot of the times these fights that have gone through from York have simply been because they are the first to strike. They're able to drop down that Sejuani ultimate onto a key member, and then they're able to stop the fight, or start the fight, take a key member out, and then finish things off in their own regard. But nonetheless, see what their next steps are. Baron, of course, on the table, omnipresent on this map. Look at where Zephrod is. Does not give a crap about what's going on around the map. They're just got an R button. Pushing. They've got the R button. They're going to be going in at will, and you can already see the Baron started up what will be the fight that ensues.
I think a key one here is going to be Alonso's ult getting in so deep there. There's the wave as well to follow up. Bakery Boy, can you make it into that backline? Gonna have to go Golden Rock Boom, laying on the damage. That culling is already down though. Gonna get chased down by Unawakened here. Gonna have some fancy footwork, but a big shutdown to go through to that Sejuani. However, the rest of York cleaned up by Alonso and Bakery Boy in the end. A race now stuck in the 1v1 against this Sejuani. Alonso come for the follow-up, come for the cleanup, pick up that red buff as well, and go right back to that Baron. Baron flipped from St. Clair College here, and they are running away with the lead in a game that they should be losing right now based on that early game.
Yeah, apparently Lucian's a late game champion now, of course. Misha just going to be sort of occupying time. Does not matter if Zephrod really gets too much out of that. No, they've stacked up their Heartsteel to now have 400 bonus health, so they're feeling really good about things. This Baron just going to be shredded down, and I think the key parts of that fight are that Rock Boom goes all the way in, goes as deep as possible. They're even going to give him the buff at the end of all of this. Basically has terrible ADC position. You're not supposed to be in front of the Aatrox, and still deal so much damage that the rest of the fight is able to come through from the side of Bakery Boy to clean that all up. And it comes down to the fact that now they're able to afford to use that aircraft carrier combo. The Shen Nocturne ultimate. Shen is in the backline. Nocturne's in the backline. The Nami wave is knocking everyone up, and it's the freest three-man taunt that you could ask for if you're Zephrod in that situation. This gold lead mounting. There's 7,000 gold now for the side of the Saints. They're starting to march away with this one for sure. That's effectively full build on it now.
They're finding the gold leads. They're almost caught up in Dragons now. The next 2 minutes, when that next Ocean Drake spawn, that is going to be a big one for York to try and come back into this game, because you allow St. Clair onto Soul Point, and then you're actually in a tough position, right? You've had this agency around those objectives for like the whole game, and now St. Clair, now that they're able to actually keep up with you in fights, and now that they've kind of got their game plan together, right? It seemed very misorganized with this comp in the beginnings there for the Saints, but as we move later into this game, they've really realized the targets they need to pick out, and they've realized exactly how to get Rock Boom position in these fights, right? And exactly how to work with that Nami as well. Alonso, a big one too, has been saving Alonso's ultimate for when Rock Boom actually gets engaged on, so nobody can follow up on that Sejuani ult that hits Rock Boom, right?
Yeah, and the main thing is that the side of York aren't using their teleports to the greatest advantage. You know, a lot of these fights, Peter Bishop is already there, so they're not teleporting in on a flank. Misha is teleporting in late because they aren't sort of engaging on that fight. It needs to be York teleporting in early, forcing out the ultimate from Alonso, as opposed to them teleporting after the Nocturne ult is over and the fight is already said and done. Something I really like out of a race here, Staff of Flowing Water comes through. It gives you ability haste when you give someone a heal.
Yeah.
You have ability haste already on this Lucian. This Lucian probably has, I want to say, like, oh my goodness, here's the fight.
Yeah, there's the ult from Misha to come through, as well as a Sejuani ult that's going to go haywire there. Alonso going to find the first kill on to Logia there. Rock Boom in at the back as well. Going absolutely nuts in the 1v1, a little bit out of frame, but is able to find that kill. The turret goes down at the same time. Unawakened is gonna fall, and Saints are looking to clean this one up in quick fashion. We talked about the next Dragons coming through. We're not gonna hit that point in the game here. The Saints are ready to close this game one out. They're ready to show York that they're coming back strong after losing to them in the regular season there.
Yeah, they are looking to make a mark on this series. A really nice comeback win for them in game number 1. And overall, just fantastic performances coming through from Rock Boom. You know, they showed that Lucian, early game champion, a thing of the past. They are going to be that late game menace that, are considering banning that out because that was insane performances coming through from.
Yeah, and we saw like the physical power spike there from the Navori as well. Just how much extra damage that culling started doing after the Navori came through. You can see, if we can take a look at the graphs themselves there, you can actually see Akboom with, I think that's 43k damage to come through there. Only person really close to that was Peter Bishop on the Aatrox, but still not gonna hit that target that Rockboom set. Just absolutely coming out of nowhere in the end of the game there and scaling on Lucian.
I don't know. Like I look at that and I'm just shocked because that's the sort of damage that you expect. I mean, look at the time of this game. It's not the longest game that we've seen. Around, let's just double check, 35 minutes. That's over 1,000 damage a minute on Lucian of all things. Of course you're buffed by the Nami and all of that, but normally you're expecting those numbers out of a 50-minute game. And you've got an Ezreal and you've got a Sivir, and they're just sitting there, and there's a whole bunch of beef tanks in the front line. There was one tank on the side of York, and you're still able to output that much damage. Just shows how great of a performance Rockboom was able to put through here, and to really say, you know what, we're going to carry this one. Went toe-to-toe with Scary Jerry this weekend against Maryville, going toe-to-toe against Logia already, and coming out on top early here. But nonetheless, excited to see what they've got for Game 2, because I think that York have to come up with a different strategy.
Yeah, Saints to take Game 1, up 1-0 here in the Grand Finals, but this is a best-of-5. We haven't had a best-of-5 league on here in a long time, because realistically, you gotta wait for Grand Finals. That league can be a long game sometimes. You gotta save it for when it's the sweetest, but we will be back after a short little break for Game 2 Draft. Here we go, getting into draft here for game 2. Saints up 1-0 after that first game. Now it's York to actually pick that red side there coming in. So Saints have that first pick there. We wait for these bans to come through. It's going to be another Evelyn ban. Pretty typical. I mean, you'll always want to ban that player off of the one shot. Right?
Yeah, I think, especially in a series like this, you want to take away that comfort. You know, they've probably practiced a lot with that Evelyn, even in a competitive setting, where you can have something like the Evelyn Shen as well, which is even worse. I mean, if you know, Shen Nocturne's the aircraft carrier, then, you know, Shen Evelyn's the submarine. Yeah. You just don't know where it's coming from at that point. So, you know, just taking that off of the table, wanting to remove that as an option. Of course, on the flip side, the Heimerdinger ban, I think, is going to remain pretty consistent. It just shows that Invent or Phoenix or whoever's the support there on the bottom side of the map does not play the Heimerdinger, and they do not want to deal with it. They know the power of that pick and what they can accomplish in that regard.
Yeah, 100%. And like we said, it's one of those ones that just catches teams off guard very often. And right back, St. Clair College picking up that Cassiopeia again in bans.
Just taking it off the table, I think in a lot of worlds, it's a anti-meta champion in a lot of ways. I don't think it's meta in any regards. It takes away a lot of agency from a champion like Silas. It takes away a lot of agency from, you know, any of these melee mid laners that we might see come through from Bakery Boy, even if it's blind or something along those lines. But, you know, even some of these control mages might not be the best matchup into someone like a Cassiopeia, especially with Rod of Ages being a relatively strong item now. Cassio is one of those 3 champions that can really put that item to great use.
Yeah, like it definitely has its uses, like you said, not necessarily a meta champion, but has strength, and the strengths are turned up to 100, but definitely has some flaws as well. York University coming back, banning out that Nocturne. They don't want to deal with the aircraft carrier anymore.
Yeah, and I think a big factor of that was they just weren't able to use teleport. Every single time they wanted to fight, they would basically have a useless summoner because you can't teleport in Nocturne Ultimate unless you start it before it goes. So I think in a lot of worlds, they just wanted to take that off of the table, and they want to just remove that option from the side of the Saints because what a really good game on it, let's be real.
Yeah, and this is a ban that I had kind of thought was going to come through there in game 1. There's the Zed ban to come through towards Misha there in the mid lane.
And I think Misha, one of those players who just has that pocket pick, has that agency to, you know, toggle it on at a moment's notice. In a lot of ways, last game with the Yone, you know, didn't go so hot. Maybe just trying to go back to comfort in that sense. If you pick up something like the Zed, you're just sort of saying, hey, I know I'm going to be confident on this champion. And they say, you know what, we're not giving you that heat check. We're not letting you get warmed up in the series. We're going to keep you as cold as possible. And realistically, that's exactly what they did. That Yone didn't really have a whole lot of impact.
Yeah, 100%. Wukong to come back from York once again. Just going to take that off the board. And I'm perfectly fine with these bans coming through from York. Bringing the Heimerdinger back, bringing the Wukong back. Just get them off the table. Don't worry about it.
It's blind pickable. That's the main thing. Wukong can just pick it up. You can throw it top lane. It's still quite good there. You can put it in the jungle. You can do whatever you so desire with that. Really curious to see what the first pick is going to be from the side of the Saints. It is actually that Karma coming through. So in, you know, expected fashion, they're sort of leaving the 80 carry choice up to the side of York. Are they going to pick up that Varus again? Are they going to opt somewhere else? Are they going to pick up the Lucian Nami? That's something that we'll have to see, because if they opt away from something like the Lucian Nami in this situation, it means that they've got something up their sleeves, exactly as we say it.
Lucian Nami not gonna be picked up. Zeri coming back from York University. Zeri, like you had talked about, had some changes recently, is definitely coming back up in the power levels in that tier list and paired up right there with the Yuumi.
Yeah, you know what? Zumi's going to be back, going to be going quick and fast, doing absolutely everything that they can. Going to be looking like Neon, if anything, just sprinting around the map. And I think a big factor behind this is just, even though Yuumi did get nerfed, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, essentially.
It doesn't matter. Just full stop. No, it doesn't matter. It's still Zumi.
Yeah, because, like, realistically, yes, Yuumi is, like, that key support you want to pair up with the Zeri, but it's not the Yuumi that makes that work, right? It's just the fact that she can sit on there completely safe and just provide constant buffs to the Zeri, constant healing. Now, St. Clair College, not going to be banned out this time. The Hecarim is going to be picked up. So, Alonso, Nocturne gets taken out, but going right back to that dive.
And I think the main thing about Hecarim is you're taking away the possibility of Hecarim Yuumi. Imagine if Zeri Yuumi was a melee champion and can dive into your backline and just drain tank everyone. I wonder what that would be. Oh, it's Hecarim Yuumi. It is just as bad because Hecarim gains AD off of the movement speed that the heals give, also gains AD off of, Yuumi sitting on the Hecarim and everything, so it's just a really nasty combo. It's a bad time. Do not suggest going up against that in ranked in any regard. But the Caitlyn as the answer, it seemed almost as if, talking to the players beforehand, they were ready for Zeri Yuumi to come through as a potential. And I think this is sort of their counter in a lot of ways. Caitlyn will control that lane so easily. And a main thing that, Zeri sort of lost in this mini rework of hers is her short fuse, or whatever her Q is called, rapid fire. They took away some of the range on it, so it's actually a little bit shorter range. You're more reliant on stacking up that lethal tempo to match that Caitlyn's range a lot of the time, as opposed to just getting that automatically. So I think in this world, Rockboom is going to be feeling very comfortable in this lane, has the Caitlyn to sort of back that up and put a lot of damage down onto the Zeri, and Yuumi's going to have to be careful about jumping off, because especially in that early game, your bop and block shield is on a 4-second higher cooldown. That means that the Yuumi's more likely to stay on the Zeri for longer. It means that she needs to be a little bit more efficient with her mana. That means she can't just spam out heals at will.
Yeah, just going to mean that Yuumi has to play a little bit smarter, a little bit more conservative with the resources. York University going to be picking up that mid lane pick of Silas here to round out our first 3 picks for each team.
And I think the Silas pickup makes a whole lot of sense here, because you want to take that not only away from Bakery Boy, it is blindable. Once again, it's more so that you have a couple of decent ultimates to go through. The Hecarim ultimate, it's not too bad in a lot of ways. It's another dive tool to get into that backline. You get that fear, you get a decent amount of damage off the back end of it. I don't think that's really why you're picking it here. It's more so just to deny it away from Bakery Boy. Like Caitlyn, so be it. You have, that ultimate back the opposite way. It doesn't do a whole lot of damage on Silas. It just denies it away, and it denies those good ultimate champions from coming through once again. So I'm curious to see what Saints want to answer that back with. I mean, there's a couple of options. The Vex coming through as one of them. Azir is one that we sort of threw out there. Syndra ult isn't great on Silas either, because you're not able to take advantage of her passive and all that sort of stuff. So nonetheless, should be interesting. The Shen ban, though, makes a whole lot of sense, because that was the biggest pain for them to deal with in the late stage, even though they shut it down early.
Yeah, 100%. And on the contrary, Saints banning out that Sejuani, which was, the problem early game that later on in the game just seemed to become a non-factor after Rockboom just started outputting so much damage. And York gonna finish up ban 5 there with the LeBlanc. They left it open in the original round of picks. Saints not gonna prioritize that, and they leave it to York to get banned out.
And the main thing is that LeBlanc is a fantastic matchup into Silas, because Silas stealing away LeBlanc ult is so useless. It is so pointless to steal that away. So in a lot of ways, it is a counter pick just by virtue of you have a crap ultimate, or you only have an ultimate that works with that champion. I think it makes a whole lot of sense there. The Camille as well going to be taken off of the table. They want to make sure that Peter Bishop isn't in a world where they can just do whatever they so desire in the side lane. Realistically here, they've already seen that Aatrox matchup. They're perfectly fine giving that over, because in that sense, you pick the Aatrox, they've got an answer for that. There might be something else that Zephyrod's able to pull out in the back corner. It feels like it's going to be a lot more tanks coming through on the top side of the map to just provide that front line. And if that's the case, then so be it. They're just going to let the Aatrox do whatever, and they know they have the tools to survive and be able to strike back even harder.
So we've got an interesting pick to come through from York. Zach in the jungle there. Look at the smile on Adam's face right now. This is something we had talked about when we were kind of going through those patch notes over pre-broadcast there, just, us talking together. Zach, crazy right now.
Yeah, Zach got a whole lot of buffs. First of all, the passive healing that you get actually went up, so your blobs are going to be giving you a little bit more as time goes on. your stretching strikes give more damage based on your health, so your clap together going to do a little bit more. I believe they also toned down a little bit of the health cost that it was as well, so there's a couple of changes there specifically. Another one is just your unstable matter does more damage based on your health. It's building up for these tank items to be so good on these champions. Cho'Gath got buffs like that, Scion got buffs like that. This is why they got those buffs, because they sort of want to force tank meta in a way. They want to force these tanks to, be tanky enough that you have to worry about them. Nonetheless, you see the rest of those picks coming through. Syndra, Ornn are two fantastic options in retaliation there as well, because you're able to, knock back the Ornn Horn. You're able to use that Syndra Scatter the Weak to sort of stop the Zac from coming through. So some two very good options in return. And also, realistically, the Ornn is that only ultimate that's really scary for the Sylas to steal away, because that sort of takes away your engage potential as well.
You already talked about how that Syndra ultimate, yes, you get 3 balls out of it, but it just doesn't have that same value that you find on Syndra. Exactly. Yeah, you're not able to stack that up, right? Fiora to come in as the pick into that Ornn there.
Yeah, and I think that the Fiora makes a bunch of sense here into Ornn. Fiora is one of those champions that has prevented these tanks from getting as tanky as they are, because she has all that true damage. Once you get to late stage in the game, Ravenous Hydra being such a strong item, plus Divine Sunder being in the game in general, plus, Hullbreaker, Blade of the Ruin King, whatever you so desire on Fiora, she has so many tools to cut through this Ornn like butter. So realistically, Ornn's going to have to be careful if they want to be a strong ram, because if not, they're going to be turned into a ram sandwich very quickly. 1,000 degree knife going to be cutting through like butter.
A ram sandwich. That's a new one. Adam, you make a lot of puns on the stream here, and usually I love them, but that is probably the most original one you've come up with to date.
I always got to keep it fresh in that regard, of course. Nonetheless, these team comps as a whole, they've got a whole lot to like from the side of the Saints. They've got a lot of comfort picks, and I think realistically the Hecarim is that one that we're sort of unsure of in a lot of ways, because we haven't seen Alonso pull that out as much as some of these other champions. Does fit sort of the player profile that they have, apart from the Iron, which is just completely random and hasn't really been pulled out in a while. But other than the Iron, Alonso has a very set sort of role in the team, wants to be that initiation, wants to be that frontliner, just wants to get in there and do as much as possible, and I think it really fits their style. But on the flip side from York, they also have a comp that fits their style. This is, Unawakened playing these tanks if they're not playing Evelynn. You've got Peter Bishop on sort of a side lane threat, and Misha with a little bit more agency playing these melee mid laners, going to have hopefully a decent time keeping all of this frontline away from the Zeri in the backline as well.
Yeah, and Misha's going to come in with a very different game plan, right, too, coming onto that Sylas. You're not just going to be playing for large 3-4 man alts that are going to set up the rest of the team in the team fights. You're going to be doing exactly what Bakery Boy was finding, and just chaining CC along with this Zac, along with this Yuumi alt as well. That's going to be a big one on the Zeri to come through, and it's just going to allow that bot lane from York to do exactly what they want to do, right? Start scaling up and start just becoming team fight monster that Zeri is.
Yeah, and I think a main thing is that Misha last game just was playing from behind the entire game, which had such a difficult time getting their groove and everything, just the solo lane pressure that was coming through. While they were able to catch up and farm later on into the game, they either were farming and weren't able to join fights, or they were in fights and they weren't farming. So it was one of the two. They weren't really able to balance their game out, and unfortunately, Misha just wasn't able to sort of show why they are such a mid laner to be feared. But as is tradition in best of fives, Riot Games moment happens.
Yeah, we do end up having a DC to come through. So we're just going to cut to a quick little break here, as might end up being a trend in this best of 5 here, but should be a short one, and we will be right back with you to get into the action on Summoner's Rift. Game 2, drafts are in. We're just waiting to get in here. Players stepping on to the Rift here. PC issues done and fixed, and we are ready to kick off game 2, Adam, here. We already talked about the drafts a good chunk here, but coming into this one, it's actually that bot lane once again. I believe that ward was dropped. Yes, it was. York University there. Phonics on that Yuumi, gonna drop that ward there in the bottom bush. Just gonna be going for that every game, it seems, try to get that agency in that bot lane.
Yeah, really just about getting that bot lane ahead as much as possible. Yuumi is one of those lanes that doesn't have a whole lot of agency in the lane because, you know, she needs to scale up. She needs to get to an item to start to become useful in that regard. So it's going to be down to Rockboom in a race whether they're able to really punish the likes of Logia and Phoenix here on this bottom side of the map. Already, you can see Rockboom confidently walking in. Zack's level 1 is abysmal. It is so terrible, so crap, bad. Do not recommend. That Rockboom in a race, they have the agency to just walk up here and punish at will. They do need to be careful, though, because Misha is lurking around the corner, and this could be trouble if Misha's able to get some damage down.
Yeah, 100%. Rockboom just going to pop that ghost, not going to be risking anything there. Throwing some autos down, but I mean, like you said, you can't really fight a 2v4 right now, but they can walk up and just start poking some of these players here while they try to get that leash through, because Alonso starting topside, they know they've got that safety net there. They see that Silas move back towards mid as well, and they can just start laying down this poke, start bullying this lane before the lane even starts.
Yeah, and what they're doing is they're keeping the Zeri away from the wave as much as possible. They don't want to give her any farm. They want to cut her gold as much as possible because Rockboom is just going to be able to walk up, farm as usual, 650 range. You've got so much safety. And the main thing about these lanes is that it's not that you're trying to stay 650 units back towards your own tower from the minions. They're trying to stay 650 units in front,
yeah,
you know, towards their tower, because then they're even further away. They're forced, you know, back 1,100 units, and eventually you can get them out of XP range. So that is the goal of this lane, just keep them out of XP range, and that's exactly what's happening. Look how far back Logia is, and look at where the wave is.
Zero CS currently on Logia. Push back that first wave. It looks like only one minion has died from it so far, but you see they can't even walk forward to try and grab that CS. You're going to see a few start to fall here. I think Zeri did grab that one with the auto attack, but that's the first CS to come through. Just the absolute agency in this lane is unmatched.
Yeah, and the main thing is that Erase can also stand in front of the rapid fires and just block them.
Yeah.
Erase can literally block CS from happening, so it's 16-4 right now, and I mean, that's just an experience lead going in favor of Rockboom. Yes, they're just sort of letting it push in and trying to get as much, just sort of giving over the agency to farm under tower there, but you're autoing down turret plates 3 minutes and 15 seconds into this lane before Scuttle Crab spawns, before junglers are finished their full clear. They've already taken a plate.
And Erase is just so comfortable walking forward and being the one to take all this poke, right? He can just walk forward, like you said, literally block auto attacks from the Zeri, similar to going into something like an Ezreal, right? You start just tanking Qs, they're not going to be able to grab that, especially if you're even able to just deny like one cannon minion, right? It's such a big chunk to that initial gold value. Unawakened going in for the first gank here. Unstoppable coming through from Zephyrock. Great use of that W to shut down the gank, shut down that Zac Q and that knock-up that they're trying to find, or I guess knock together with a minion? Does it count as a knock-up?
Make him kiss. It does count as a knock-up in that regard, but nonetheless, this is why you sort of pick Ornn into Zac in that specific situation. When you're getting ganked, if you're going to get hit with the Elastic Slingshot, you can use your Bellows Breath to get out of that if you don't mind getting knocked up there. Instead of getting pulled back in with a minion or something along those lines, you're just able to use your Bellows Breath to get out of that knockback. Just continue your walk away, and you're going to be perfectly fine. So I think, nonetheless, it's going to be an okay lane for Zephyr. It's not going to be fun facing the Fiora. It's probably going to go down CS again. Most likely going to have to sacrifice a lot of farm. But I don't think Zephyrock cares. Last game, they were down, 40, 50, 60 CS at certain points in the game, and still had so much impact in the game.
Yeah, 100%. And Ornn is not someone who necessarily needs to win a lane, especially against a Fiora, right? You don't need that to provide the value for your team, even with just something as simple as upgrading those mythic items, right? That's going to provide so much for your team just by picking the champ to begin with.
the champion is scaling in a can. It is literally scaling TM. You look up scaling in the dictionary, Ornn is chilling there with his Ram, doing whatever. Vibing. And that's exactly what Ornn wants to do until level 13, level 14. Doesn't really need to force any of these fights. And I think a big factor of St. Clair's comp here is they don't need to force early game fights to get an early game lead. You can already see 700 gold lead erupting. Somehow, some way, Peter Bishop is in a worse position on this top lane just because Zephyros is able to spend that money on items just sitting in lane, able to get that tier, able to get some Ruby Crystals, able to get a Bramble Vest if they so desire at a certain point. And now, because this bot lane is so far ahead, Unawakened really has to sort of question where they want to go. Do they want to try and save this bot lane? Do they want to try and risk playing into this Caitlyn with so much damage, who can put down traps, prevent that jump from going through? They have to just give up an early dragon here, and that's what their early game is going to be all about. Is going to be just pressuring them out, suffocating York Lions out of absolutely everything.
Yeah, just try to stop this Zeri from scaling as much as possible. And as a fight breaks out in the bot lane, Rockboom gets hit immediately by that exhaust. Close to Logia's death, but Logia is able to find that first blood, start taking down Erase as well. Here's where the Zoomies come in absolutely clutch, chasing down Erased all the way up that river and finding that second kill as well. And all of a sudden, that gold lead flipped right on its head. 2,700 now from this Zeri. Going to be able to back and get a crazy power spike over Rockboom right now.
They literally did the one thing that they weren't supposed to do in that lane, which is give Zeri any opportunity to fight. You're not supposed to fight in that situation. I understand that you were sort of put in a rough situation with Unawakened jumping over the wall, but realistically, you just take the safe way around. You know, Caitlyn can jump over the wall with her net. She has ways to get back into lane and not lose that. Realistically, was the dragon even a good idea when you knew you could just walk back in and you weren't going to just finish that off with Alonso in tow? So, I mean, yes, you get the objective. Yes, you get a little bit of an early game lead for yourself, but at what cost? It's going to be, you know, a flash burn. Flash didn't actually go through at the end of it. It's going to be the ghost burned at the very least. You're going to have to sort of rethink your approach to that situation on the bot side of the map now because, you know, the Zumi is now 600 gold up there, so gonna be a little bit of a more difficult time for Rockboom to sort of exist in that lane, especially when Logia already has those tier 2 boots and the Noon Quiver. They're gonna be able to farm a lot easier in that sense as well, but top lane, that was not a good time to hit all his breath.
Yeah, gank is going to come through from Unawakened. Just going to grab a flash from Zephyros there. Move right back down. Should be able to grab this scuttle as well, but Alonso still hovering this top side. He just finished his blue buff. And it's going to be Unawakened. Has to dash away. There's the ult from Alonso. Going to go in. The fear comes through. Look at this chain CC. That's the Zac passive popped, and they're going to be able to finish this off very quickly. Misha, he might be able to engage here, but can you win this fight is the question. Some support from Peter Bishop here in the top lane. Alonso's going to fall at first. Bakery Boy stunned up for so long there as well. There's another double kill going through for the side of York. Zephyros, could they finish off Misha here? No, they can't. Double kill for the Fiora. 3 kills in the fight. Total 5-1 now in kills.
You poke the lion too much, they'll bite back, and that's exactly what happens. They find a great pick onto Unawakened. Zac super weak in that early game, and with actually the teleport changes that came through half a season ago, you can't teleport to Zac blobs until after 14 minutes because it's not unleashed. So you have trouble sort of keeping that Zac alive in those niche situations where you can. Oh my goodness, Logia's going in though.
Yeah, you see this engage coming through. A race so low, but there's the root to come through in the end, and Logia runs out of range. Like you said, that range is really one of the only deficits that Zeri has in this lane, and now being up so much, they can just walk forward with that Yumi boost and just start throwing those Qs out.
Now, honestly, a close call at that. Rockboom forced to flash Erase, you know, had to peel that one off as well as possible, but, you know, York is kind of far ahead at this point. You know, it's 1,500 gold, it's not too large in the grand scheme of things, but in the early game, that is a large chunk of your gold. You know, it's a 10% gold lead that they have at this point, thereabouts, and they're just going to continue to try and pressure that down. Now they're able to find plates for themselves, they're able to find a red crowd, they're able to find neutrals in return, and it really comes down to if they can sort of stabilize the ship, if they can stop rocking the boat so much. On that top side, you know, the worst case scenario out of that is Fiora getting 2 kills, because now she's going to be able to punish Zephyros on the top side a little bit more, win that 1v1 a little bit easier. You know, those vitals got to be popping a little bit quicker on that Ornn. So realistically, the Saints just need to sort of stall out the game again and wait until they're at their power points, wait until they get a mythic or something, and then look for a fight once again.
Yeah, the concerning part is just that all of the gold that York is ahead, it's on that Zeri and it's on that Fiora. The two champions that you're trying to shut down as much as possible early. Fiora 2-0, already going to be becoming a menace in the side lane. The second they grab that Mythic there, it's just going to be over. It looks like they're actually going for a Ravenous there.
Surprise, the item's still very strong. You know, while she doesn't get the Omnivamp scaling on that per se, she's still going to get that scaling attack damage. And in this lane, where it is so free for the Fiora to just sit there, farm away, have a grand old time on that top side, she's going to be getting a lot of AD for herself and feeling really good. And now, even on this bot side of the map, you know, with Zeri now having that Vamp Scepter in tow, she's going to be able to sustain up in this lane without needing the Yuumi heals as often. She can sort of save those for emergencies. Going to be in good shape. But mid lane, once again, it really just comes down to if Misha can find the angles on these fights. Stole away the Unleashed Power, but doesn't seem to be able to finish off that kill mid lane. Those health bars ticking low, but Alonso's just going to scroll up here and drop down the Rift Herald that he actually stole away from Unawakened.
Yeah, and they're able to just finish off this tower there, grab first tower for the Saints, come back a little bit in gold. You're able to grab that plate as well, but they're not actually going to commit to the fight there, commit to any dive that's going to come through, and they actually didn't even drop the Rift Herald.
I don't think they should at this point because it's going to get less value. You only get one plate or half a plate at that. You can drop it down mid lane. I think it's more so just the attempt from Alonso to push them off of the tower, see if they can sort of brute force it down. Unless it's not going to be the case. Unawakened, though, sort of lurking over the wall here. Might be able to find a gank. This is always the interesting part.
Silas TP comes down from Misha as well.
What?
It's a 4-man around this bot side, but Saints are pretty comfortable just walking out of there. They are going to start this dragon, but the Saints don't have to worry too much. They can just wait to either try and fight this out or just give it. I mean, it's only second drag.
Yeah, Alonso's going to drop the Rift Herald as well just to put the pressure on, and now they can look for that fight. There's Bakery Boy in this whole ordeal. Going to be looking around the side, but it's going to at least trade away a turret. I guess they just wanted to get that gold as quickly as possible. Once again, not the best use of the Rift Herald, but realistically, that one dragon in the grand scheme of things, is it worth Misha's TP? Is it worth investing 4 members down there? Is it worth missing what is now amounting to... well, they're going to collect that wave just because the tower went down, but is it worth all of that? We'll find out in the grander scale and everything. There's still a lot of game to be played here, but yeah, Peter Bishop on this top side, you can already see sort of proxying away behind the tower. That's cyberbullying. Zephyron can do absolutely nothing about it, though. He can't
he literally just has to allow this to happen. Literally just going to back up here, take the base, and Ogia and Phonix right back down to this push there in the bot lane. Not going to grab any plates for themselves. Phonix actually might go in, toss in a couple autos there, get a little bit more gold from that Spell Thieves as well. That's going to help out in the grand scheme of things. You know, this is going to go to a long game. Both of these comps looking towards that late game, right? We're already 12 minutes in, and we've already seen so many less kills than we did in that first game.
It's more so just coming down to the macro decisions. You can see Rockboom going to be going up to that top side of the map, trying to get as much agency as possible, damage down to Peter Bishop, and that might actually be the fight. Forces the flash out of Peter Bishop.
Ignite comes through as well off of the Karma, and that's just going to shut down that Fiora. That's a great shutdown to put on Rockboom as well.
Oh boy.
But 3 players moving in towards this top side, and they might not know because this Zac is going to come in from... was going to come in from miles away. They're not going to make it over the wall. Everfrost going to whip as well, but Erase just falls immediately as that ult comes through from Misha. Rockboom can't do much either. Going to die even after flashing under that tower. Alonso to come in, try and pick this up, but it's just Alonso and Zephyros here on that Ornn. There's the Ornn ult to come through, but Misha not dying in this fight. Alonso ults in straight onto Misha. There's the knockup from Toebreaker as well. Alonso takes down that Silas. Unawakened and a Yuumi. Zac Yuumi not necessarily going to have the damage to fight this one out, but Alonso getting dangerously low. Zac passive down. Phonix can't do much there. Alonso to find the kill onto the Yuumi, and the Zac should be cleaned up as well. Logia not going to be able to find any of these kills. Bakery Boy chunking them down so low. Pops his shield bow as well.
Oh my goodness, Logia just went into like a psycho trying to make anything happen at the end of it. And it's a huge turnaround from the Saints, I think, over-chasing a little bit with Misha, not understanding the limits of that champion at this point in the game. Unawakened, though, not at that point where they can be that strong, you know, didn't have that Radiant Virtue online quite yet. We're still sitting on components, and it's just the damage that can come through from this Hecarim, the damage that can come through specifically on tanks from the Ornn with that % health damage, and they just buy enough time for Bakery Boy to show up there, and it's just a little bit of an overchase coming through from York. That lead that they had, that lead that they were about to mount up on that kill onto the bot lane is all going to go down the drain. And now Rockboom just able to push in this mid lane with all their might. Gonna try and find another tower for themselves, and this is going right into the Saints' game plan here. Had a little bit of a slip up giving this Zeri that much gold, but nonetheless, they're still going to be in good shape.
Yeah, I mean, you've got gold on Rockboom now. You've got gold on Alonso. He's going to finish up that Sunderer, and then Rockboom can just play the Caitlyn game now. Like you said, push down mid, start taking towers, start that siege, because it's the macro game that is going to win St. Clair this one out. York falls behind a little bit after they found a bit of a lead, but you see Misha there still sitting at 3-1, still has, while they're low in gold, Everfrost is still all you really need on Sylas to make a team fight work.
Yeah, it's what you need to make the picks work at the very least in terms of team fights. Maybe you need a little bit more.
Might need a Zhonya's.
Might need a Zhonya's, might need a Cosmic Drive at that point. But nonetheless, the main point is that a lot of the power that the side of York had has just been taken away by that brought in trouble.
Yeah, Misha, do they have the damage to finish this one off, though? The Ornn ult comes through. Just going to be using that W to stop that one, but Zephyros just falls in the end. But over towards the mid lane, there was actually a double kill to come through under that tower. Bakery Boy and Alonso gonna find the 2v2 on to that one, take out that enemy bot lane. And you know, you're trading 1 for 2 on the map there, as well as the mid lane turret. That's a lot of value going over toward the Saints. Zach gonna be coming in from behind, unawakened, not gonna hit that initial burst of CC though.
Yeah, the flash gonna come through, and that's just gonna keep Bakery Boy in a good position. They're sort of playing on the opposite side of the map here. If you look at it, the Hecarim taking away that red buff, they're just playing towards their top side. And this is what's happening, though. They're just finding towers. They're just sieging down this game.
4 towers already.
And instead of the Caitlyn being in this mid-game power trough in any way, they're just funneling as much gold into Rockboom as possible. If we take a look at the gold right now, you know, that's going to be, I believe, the rapid fire cannon already complete on the Caitlyn at this point. She's gotten herself back into an advantageous position after, you know, kind of throwing away the lane back towards Logia and picking up that shutdown gold onto Bakery Boy specifically. That means that your Syndra is going to be a force to be reckoned with, and this Zac being so far behind, it's one of those champions that you can't afford to fall behind this much on. Yes, you're going to be a tank. Yes, you're still going to find value as time goes on, but especially in these mid-game fights where Syndra has so much damage coming through, and you have, let's see, no MR built right now, you're going to be in a little bit of a world of hurt.
Yeah, and I mean, you see the amount of damage that coming out of Bakery Boy, even without the ultimate needing to be popped, right? Just the chunk poke damage to come through, and by the time the fights actually start, few York members already down to half health before the engage even comes through from the Saints or from York themselves. And the Saints, we've seen this all season, right? We've seen games where they can get ahead early and just absolutely stomp out the game. But one of their big strengths comes from playing smart late game team fights. But Bakery Boy engaged on under tower. That's the power of that Zac. That's the power of the Yuumi as well. The combo to come through. Logia gonna get a kill back on the board, start stacking that gold up once again. But after all said and done, Erase and Rockboom can just pressure this mid tower down and just take it by their lonesome.
And the main thing there is the Zac going for the Radiant Virtue. This is one of the options that I've seen come through. Another one has been that Jack show, but of course, Radiant Virtue, meaning that when you use your ultimate, you get that extra little bit of health, you get that extra little bit of durability on top of the Aftershock in terms of health, and then you're also giving extra healing to the rest of your team. Add that on top of a Yuumi who's already providing a lot of heals. The extra heal power going to be coming through in droves for the side of York if they're able to find the fight on their own regard. One itemization choice I like on the opposite side, though, Zephyros went for first item Warmogs. Normally not suggested, but has enough of that bonus health to make sure it is worth it, especially with that grass, you're building that up. The main thing is, when you're going in a 1v1 against the Fiora, very rarely can she 100 to 0 you. But you back off of the fight, you sit under tower, you let her push a wave in, you regen up with your Warmogs, and then you just clear the wave afterwards, and you just let her push you in every single time, and she can't punish you in that regard, because she cannot afford to tower dive you, and you can just afford to back off, wait out your Warmogs passive, and then get back in there and start dealing damage again.
Yeah, exactly. She can't risk that tower dive, right? And then it's still Ornn in the end, right? You're still able to just build up smaller, right, component items in lane as well while you're waiting on that Warmogs to heal it back up, right? So you're just going to be able to constantly stay present in the game, not have to back so often, not have to find that base because, like you said, yeah, you're never going to be at low health. You're never going to get 100 to 0, especially with that massive health pool as well.
Yeah, and another thing is just that for the build coming through from Logia, they don't have any straight true damage coming through. I mean, normally you see maybe a Kraken Slayer when you see AD carries like Caitlyn build it. Lucian doesn't really like to build it anymore, prefers the Gale Force, but any of those AD carries. Ooh, great flash from Rockboom though to get out of there.
Yeah, stifling that engage and slowing this down so much from York. Now Rockboom chasing down Unawakened there, and they can't re-engage on him, right? They can't even risk that with the amount of damage Rockboom can put out. Phantom Dancer fully built now as well. Just gonna go for that in the build this time, right? Sometimes we see them go for like the Stormbreaker, like that kind of build, but this looks like it's that Phantom Dancer. Here's the 100-0 to come through though. If you stay in that fight for too long, if that ult comes out from the Fiora, that's when you can find yourself in the situation. But there's the engage on to Rockboom, a huge knockup from Unawakened as well, shutting down Rockboom almost immediately in that fight. Double kill to come through. Alonso dodging his own ult with his own ult coming through to save himself in the end of that fight there. And now the Baron going to be started by York here, and not much from the side of the Saints to stop it.
They don't have any answer in that sense because it's already the Onslaught of Shadows going down. Ride of the Valkyries, both of them, all the horses going everywhere. Looking to start a Wagner opera at that, but overall, you can see this Baron just going to be taken down, and it's because of a great engage coming through from Unawakened. You always have to be careful of the Zac angles. There are normal gank angles, there are Fiddlesticks gank angles, and then there's Zac gank angles, which are just absolutely everywhere. It is so hard to predict where they're going to be. You need to have absolute vision control in those situations. Peter Bishop, oh my goodness.
This ultimate already back up after that fight, chunking down Alonso, going to pick him off with ease there. Alonso falls as the first one in this new team fight. And with Baron buff, this York team cannot be stopped right now. Rockboom taking so much damage right off the get-go. 6-1 on Logia now as they are just hunting heads. Now 2k gold above Rockboom on the enemy side there. And you forget that this is still 3 players top here with that Yuumi on Logia Erase, getting chunked down so quickly. And Sephiroth can't even fight this necessarily because that Fiora is just going to do so much damage to the Ornn.
Yeah, Peter Bishop's just able to stand forward and tank it down. Something I want to point out, this is the Zeri from Logia sitting on 3.6 thousand gold, now resetting. I want to see what crit item they build though. This is important. One of the main things that I've seen come through is Navori third item. Not going to be the case. Infinity Edge instead. We saw what Lucian was able to do with Navori.
Does that happen on every Q?
It happens not on her Q, it happens on her auto attack, which is really interesting. The zap, it gives you a little more damage there. It gives you more damage on your W and your ult, as well as the chain lightning. The main reason why is you get that
lightning is a big one.
Yeah, you get the cooldown reduction on your dash, and then you're just doing exactly what Lucian did last time. Playing Earth at that point, just able to skate around everyone, and Zeri being one of those hyper skater, space gliding champions, you need to try and lock her down. Is going to be the Infinity Edge, though. I think at this point you're so fed, you can afford to go that. You don't need that cooldown reduction, you just do so much
damage.
Oh
exactly, the engage to come through from Unawakened, but the Yuumi ult not necessarily going to land on anyone here as Sephiroth not actually going to pick off anyone with that Ornn ult there. Peter Bishop here looking to just 100-0 somebody on that team, right? That Fiora ult is up and available. It's online, ready to chunk somebody down, but Saints still want to pressure this dragon. They don't want to give away this lead just yet, but Peter Bishop is in such a tough position here. The Saints, they don't know who exactly they want to deal with at first. Rockboom to get caught out by that Everfrost and immediately pop, and the rest of the Saints fall in droves here. It's just Sephiroth and Alonso left, but they can't shut down Misha just yet. They can't shut down Logia, as Logia is just chasing down the rest of this team. Peter Bishop finishes off Alonso there. Logia is the one to find that final tick there, and Peter Bishop, now they just split push down this lane. They've got Baron buff. They've got everything they need to end the game soon.
And the thing is, the Saints were playing at their tempo, they were playing at their pace, and all of a sudden, York's able to say, we found a fight that's in our favor, we found the Zac engage of destiny, we're able to jump into the backline, we're able to give Logia a whole bunch of gold, and now you look at this 3-item Zeri running around, it doesn't matter that's a Zeri that's recently changed, there's a lot to like about it, apart from those nerfs that happened to her in lane. She is absolutely giga-fed at this point, will snap anyone out of existence. Once again, backing on 2,200 gold, that's almost another full item in her inventory if she so desires. She can build up towards who knows what at this point, maybe a Bloodthirster, maybe a Guardian Angel. There's so many angles for this Zeri to go, and it might just be too late for the side of the Saints. This Zeri, 4,000 gold up on the Caitlyn, who's supposed to spike, 3-4 items once again. Zeri's already at that spike. She's already too fed at this point. It's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle, and they opt to buy.
I mean, it was the Saints around, like, what, 16 to 18 minutes, right, really started to come back into their own, but all it took was a triple kill from Logia in one of those team fights, and the entire game flipped on its head. This Zeri running rampant, about to hit that 4th item to come through at 25 minutes. No one in the game even close. Unawakened, gonna try to get that engage off, but it's Sephiroth to just dash out of there.
And another thing is just that Sephiroth hasn't been allowed to sort of do Ornn things and scale up. You know, sitting at 1 item, no Mythic yet. And the main thing about that Mythic is that they can't upgrade their own Mythic at this point. They've upgraded the one for the Caitlyn, so we've got the Wormfall and Sacrifice online. But Ornn doesn't have a Mythic, has nothing to upgrade for himself. He's literally getting less stat, like 4% less bonus armor, bonus health, bonus MR and everything, because they haven't made a Mythic themselves. So, I mean, they're just getting less value out of the champion right now. Of course, they will be able to get to that point at some point, but is it too late? I mean, Misha's just vibing here. The bush.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, he's just gonna wait for this engage, right? Oh, Sephiroth can't do much to him.
Didn't even know he knocked him up.
Yeah, didn't even know that knockup came through, just trying to finish off those minions. But now, Misha just waits there. The wave pushes back to him, clears out that wave, and waits for those supers to come in towards the bottom side. Peter Bishop, it doesn't matter what lane this Fiora goes to at this point. The Saints have to respect it, and that's a big problem for them right now.
Stolen Ornn just gonna go zone him out, but Unawakened just hides over these walls. This is what the Zac does. Granted, is on vision, so not gonna be in the greatest of spots. Gonna realize the gap at that point, but nonetheless, just constantly threatening. Even if you just charge up that elastic slingshot and then wait and you get half your cooldown back, you're just threatening every single time. And the Caitlyn with exactly 1 dash in the situation where they don't have the Gale Force, they have their flash on a 5-minute cooldown every time they have to use that extra. They're not in the greatest of situations, and this is why a little bit curious to see them opt away from the Gale Force, especially into a comp that has so much mobility. You've got Fiora, you've got Silas, you've got Zac with dashes, you've got Zeri with dashes, you've got Yuumi speeding everyone up. You're in a really tough situation in a lot of ways because you don't have a way to keep up. You're too slow in this comp. You're season gapped at this point. You know, you don't have enough dashes to keep up with what's happening in the game.
Yeah, 100%. Like, it's just the fact that no matter what fight comes about, right, York doesn't necessarily have to fight anymore because they know that the Saints, even if they engage the fight, even if they find a crazy engage, right, Alonso comes in, ults in, fears one out, and they're able, even if they're able to find a pick, right, York so ahead just in terms of stats on these champions right now that they'll be able to win any fight from the back foot. And then if York is the one to engage, we've seen the engages coming through with that stolen Ornn ult, with something like the Yuumi ult as well, any Zac engage. It's terrifying, and the Saints can't deal with it right now. Second Baron going to be going over to York.
And something that indicates that York wants to end the game exactly here, exactly now, is the fact that you've got 1, 2, 3 elixirs just sitting in the inventory. They are saying, we are looking to end the game. We do not want to play you any longer. We want to keep hiding our late game strategies. We don't want to show you the full force of the Zeri Yuumi. We want to get our win, and we want to get out. That is exactly what they're doing. They want to just end the game with this push exactly.
Yeah, and they're setting up for it now. You see, starting to move towards those
the elixirs.
In the mid lane as well. The elixirs have been popped from all 3 members here. And this is where the fight can start. That cannon minion going to be able to just keep chunking down that tower there with the Baron buff as well. But now the elixirs have been popped. Now the timer is set here. And York University looking to clean up this game, most likely with this Baron buff as well. Not looking to wait this one out, but not necessarily able to push right into the Saints here. They still are in base. They've still got towers online, but Peter Bishop moving towards the spot side.
Yeah, they're waiting for the supers to push in. Peter Bishop can now just be a pain in the side lane. There's really nothing that the side of one person, at least from the side of the Saints, can do about Peter Bishop. He's going to continue that push, and so now you're forced to send your Ornn away. You have to set up your Caitlyn traps. You have to try and just siege it down, but that's not the point. You just continue to sit with the minions. You continue to buff them up, and Peter Bishop is going to be on those Nexus turrets if they so desire. I think that was the Ornn ultimate used to absolutely no effect.
That was on the minimap.
And now Peter Bishop's just going to take this inhibitor for free.
Yeah, he just walks right back up as soon as it spawns, starts attacking it. What's Sephiroth going to do? Fight him? You physically can't because that ult is just going to get popped. You're going to find yourself at nothing. there's the inhibitor to be found. And at this point, it's just the side of York. Logia can just pressure this top side, and they can force everyone from the Saints to not even move forward. Misha finds the first one onto Bakery Boy. There's a huge knockup from the side of Unawakened as well, chasing down Erase. Rockboom falls in the backline. Logia skating around, space gliding around this team fight as they clean up the rest. It's Silas with a double kill, Zeri with a double kill as well, in the game cleaned up in swift fashion in the end there. 29 minutes, a bit of a long game, but still able to just clean that one up. They knew they were going to win that team fight eventually. It was just a matter of when.
Exactly, and I think, while it was a little bit of a longer game, not as long as the last game, so they were able to sort of bounce back, fight back, and win quicker than how the Saints did it. The gamble did not pay off. We'll put it that way. The Zeri doing the most damage in the game, a little bit more of an expected number out of that one as opposed to the last game where I was, what's going on? Reaction image, clip that, put that on everything. But nonetheless, the Zeri just had free reign over this game, and it was all down to that one fight. 20 minutes in when Baron spawned. It's just Rockboom gets caught out in the mid lane, gets pushed up a little bit too far. They get a little bit too greedy with their siege comp, and unfortunately they're punished for that. That's all the Zeri needed to take off, and she's one of those champions that you give her an inch, will take it a mile, and she will go, take that mile in 3 seconds.
Yeah, you're taking every single advantage they can. You've got the top lane winning. You've got the mid lane ended up winning eventually as well, just with enough support from that Zac, right? That's all it really takes. Misha doing so much more in the end of that game, even though Bakery Boy was making their mark, right? But eventually, Zac jumping off onto you, Zeri, Yuumi, you're just not able to do much, especially as an immobile champ like Syndra, right? You're a control mage in the backline, and they have so much dive for that backline.
Yeah, and I think Zeri's getting banned in the next game, if that's my guess.
Definitely.
But nonetheless, we get to say the favorite line, Josh. We've got a series on our hands.
We do
indeed.
1-1. Yeah, granted, we expected this game to at least go to game 5, right? It realistically, unless one of these teams just goes on an absolute tear in the next 2 games, it's going to be trading back and forth in Draft 2. And Draft has just been such a huge part of these ones because these teams so evenly matched in skill that it almost comes down to whose comp is better, right?
Yeah, realistically, it really depends on how that all plays out. I'm just curious to see what they will come back with. But I believe we are heading to a short break here, getting ready for Game 3. Once again, we've got a series on our hand. These 2 teams tied up at 1s in the NECC Grand Finals. We'll be back.
York coming hot off of a Game 2 win, taking it now 1-1 in the series, all tied up here for Game 3. And as we get into draft, Adam, something's definitely got to change here in the Saints draft, especially after that last game, after that Zeri running absolutely rampant. Definitely, I'd have to say it has to be on the docket in those first 3 bans.
I think so as well. I think one of the main things that talking to the players beforehand was sort of a trend was we're going to let them get Zeri one game. We'll see what happens, see if we can deal with it. We have a 5-game series. Let's see. If we can beat it, we can beat it. They might be dissuaded from it in the future. Yeah, I don't know. The results speak for themselves.
Yeah, beating it is questionable to come through, especially when, Logia is just going to run away with a lead like that, especially like right off the starting of the game, too, even though it did seem even for a bit, but York just absolutely coming through with this scaling comp and just winning that one out. As the bans come through, these are looking eerily familiar to some previous games, as we've got Heimerdinger, Nocturne to come through once again. You see that Evelyn and that Wukong as well to come through for the Saints. We've got 4 for 4 on the exact same band so far. So that third band slot is definitely going to be the one I'm looking at.
Yeah, and I think that there's definitely going to be the LeBlanc coming through. Very likely that third band's just going to be the Zeri. They don't want to deal with it at this point. I think York are feeling confident enough that they would just first pick it, and then either even if the Yuumi is picked up by the side of the Saints, they would be forced into Zillion, Lulu. There's so many other options for the Zeri to keep popping off in that situation, while they aren't as able to keep up with her in that sense. I mean, Zillion's a very good combo just because you get a whole bunch of movement speed, you drop it on top. And if you've ever seen a Zeri running around with the Yuumi on top, just imagine that with a 99% speed boost.
Yeah.
It is strong, but nonetheless, take it off the table. We won't have to deal with it. No more Zoomies.
Yeah. Another thing about that Zillion, too, is 99% speed boost, also at 99% slow on whoever you want.
Says, hey, you're not moving.
Yeah, York going straight back to that Varus there from Game 1, something that I think it worked out for them initially, and then it just kind of fell off as the game went on, as that Varus just got picked off by this Nocturne every time. But that Nocturne's off the table now.
And I think the biggest thing about the Varus specifically is that there is a very high likelihood Logia opts for a different build. I think we're going to see the Ravenous Hydra Eclipse build come through this time, or we should in that regard, because the Lucian Nami that is set to come through here is definitely just going to put so much pressure on that Varus if they're trying to go in for these auto attacks. And I think a lot of the time Logia just wasn't able to stay alive for long enough, and that Nocturne was also a big factor in jumping into that backline. This time around, very likely to see something a little bit more range, further back, poking at it at that. Very likely to see the Karma come through once again. And while we don't see the Lucian through right now, I think it's more so that they want to secure Alonso, that tank jungler, that frontliner, because they've sort of been lacking a front line in the last couple of games in some ways, from the jungle specifically. It's all been through that top lane, and while the Shen worked out great for them, the Ornn not so much, just because they weren't able to have that front line every single time in those fights.
Yeah, and you take away that Sedge from Unawakened as well, which I think is also a big one. He was very, very comfortable on that in the first game, just engaging on all of those fights, insta-Ring Rock Boom in almost every one of those, and then Silas to come back through from Misha, something that definitely got its value through in that last game, and just looking to carry that over into Game 3 here. Karma picked up as well.
Yeah, and I think a big factor about picking up the Silas early is it's taking away from Bakery Boy once again, and also, once again, dissuading you from picking some of these huge teamfight ultimates that come through. And I think a lot of the counter matchups that are set to potentially come through on the Silas side, something like a Syndra, something like a Victor, they might just ban out in that sense, because they still have those bans capable. The Vex is another option. Curious to see what they feel about something like an Akali in that mid lane. That was sort of the counter pick, or sort of the skill matchup pick, and that. I think Bakery Boy has played better overall than Misha across the series. It's just Misha had a very strong game last time, and Bakery Boy just wasn't able to match that pressure. No surprise the Lucian comes through, but that Fiora being taken off the table is a big one, because that was a huge catalyst for them to get back into this game, just because Peter Bishop put so much pressure onto Zephyros to the point where Zephyros did not have a mythic item that entire game.
Yeah, and I wonder if Saints are going to opt for another jungle ban at the end of this one. I mean, they've still got that jungler pick on the table, and it actually is a Vi that gets picked off there. I mean, really, you've got 2 more options to ban, right? Top and jungle, you cover those out, and then straight mid bans from the side of York. to finish it off.
Yeah, and I think the Vi ban makes a whole lot of sense because especially when you've got that Lucian who's just going to be space gliding around like last time, with the Navori quick plates dashing everywhere, effectively playing Earth, you want to have that instant lockdown. You just want to press R and be able to shut them down. Vi taking that away from them is going to be a really big part of that. I'm curious to see what their jungle option is in retaliation to that, but that Akali is going to come through, sort of be that skill matchup in the mid lane, go melee versus melee, mano a mano, and I think that is more so what Misha wants to do. They want to find this melee versus melee matchup and say, listen, I am the better player right now. I will win this matchup specifically, and they're okay giving Bakery Boy that skill check.
Yeah, 100%. Hecarim to come through from York University. There's that dive in that jungle slot, but still, Hecarim, yes, can be, like you said, that drain tank, can definitely soak a lot of damage, but not necessarily having the same front line that something like the Sejuani brings to the table. And Aatrox comes through. Super safe pick coming through from York, and Mundo in response.
Yeah, and they're already into game, by the way. So we'll just cut that for when we are into the Rift and everything. But nonetheless, very curious to see how this plays out, specifically that Mundo pick into the Aatrox. I think that is a major thing that we have to look at, is that, Mundo's able to sort of just tank through one of those sweet spots at the very least, or the Infernal Chains. There's basically only one form of CC that's going to come through from the side of that Aatrox at a time. Nonetheless, I believe we are getting ourselves on to the Rift with game number 3, and already some trading going back and forth. Interesting to see. 5-man stack actually came down to the bot lane there from the side of the Saints. They pushed forward. They cleared out that ward. At the very least, it's a little bit of extra experience, but I think it was split so many ways that it won't end up leading to an early level 2.
Yeah, 100%. I don't necessarily see it, changing anything in the grand scheme of things, but you get a tiny bit of a lead in the early game there. Race gonna have a bit more XP, but it's still back into this Varus Karma. And I mean, we saw how much damage the Varus Karma can do right at that level 1. We saw how much trading was back and forth in that first game when these bot lanes were right back together. A little bit of gold going over there to Erase. Going to start that poke off early. And once again, Alonso starting that top side. So these bot lanes are just going to be able to duke it out right from the get-go. And that's exactly what I expect these bot lanes to do. You see Onyx doing a lot of just zoning there, really. Just threat as he walks forward.
Look at something interesting here. Alonso has the Mundo. Alonso opts to take that to the jungle, and it's going to be the Sejuani top lane coming through from Zephyros. I like this matchup better because not only do you have the agency to take that Ignite in that lane now, so you're able to just cut that healing for exactly the fights that you need when Peter Bishop is going crazy on you, but you have a little bit more agency to sort of dodge away from those skill shots and have a little bit more damage in that early game. Sejuani does a surprising amount of damage in that early game, in which Peter Bishop may not be ready for it, and Sejuani top lane, the reason why it was so omnipresent at Worlds, why it was banned so much, why it was basically pick or ban, is because you have that flexibility and you have that agency to not only be a menace from top lane, but also from the jungle.
Yeah, 100%. You see Bakery Boy getting the positive end of a lot of these trades here, but still just level 2 and 3. Misha actually hit 3 before Bakery Boy there, but still pretty well even on CS, whereas here in the bot lane, the Saints finding themselves on the receiving end of that zoning there, of just getting pushed off the wave. Not able to get as much CS, although it's not as drastic as that Caitlyn like we saw last game. And here's that top lane where Peter Bishop is just able to start going in. But there it is, like you talked about. You're able to dodge some of those sweet spots, or at least just walk out of that W as well. But you're still going to find yourself on the losing end of a lot of those trades, especially with Aatrox's heal.
Oh, wow. He just pops heal. He just wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. Of course, it's going to be the charge in from the Hecarim, but Unawakened can't break through that passive. Really continue the chase down, though.
Isha following from behind with the first blood. Going to go over to Unawakened. Bakery Boy up here in a 1v2 now. A level down on both these players as well, but should have the movement speed to make it out. Hecarim, I mean, can't get behind him to reposition there. So just going to get pushed back towards that tower, and Bakery Boy makes it out pretty well scot-free. No sums used as well. Exhaust going to be popped in the bot lane, though. Sphonix going to be grabbing that flash off of Rockboom. Both sums burned off of Rockboom there in that situation, whereas you see double flashes still up for the side of York's bot lane.
Yeah, they're going to have that agency to sort of chase down a kill if they so desire. I think a really big factor about Unawakened there is they just had the confidence to continue chasing down onto Alonso, and that Mundo didn't really have the agency to continue that fight. Granted, back on that bottom side of the map after burning that heal the first time around. Let's the uprights. Alonso's got to be careful. Has that immune once again, but Unawakened is lurking every single time. It seems as if Unawakened is just a little bit ahead of the tempo that Alonso is setting right now.
Yeah, and since it's pre-6, right, the only real form of CC that this bot lane has is that tether there from the Karma. So, I mean, at least he can just keep that passive up, walk forward. But Rockboom doesn't have the same luxury of having that spell shield. He is going to get caught out by that root, and a great bubble from Erase is actually going to keep this fight in the hands of St. Clair. Erase to find the kill onto Phonix there, and Unawakened forced onto the run. Big bubbles in this fight here. Erase is an absolute menace with these bubbles right now. 2 for 2 in that fight, and finds both the kills there as well, or finds them for the Saints. Rockboom to pick up that last one.
Yeah, really well played by Erase to just sort of collect the pieces there. Just understands that Nami has damage. She has auto attacks. A lot of the time, these like Enchanter players and solo queue stuff, they say, "Oh, I don't do damage. I heal you. I heal you. I heal you." But you have to understand that your champion has some decent base damages. They don't have great damage scaling as time goes on. That's why they're not played in solo lanes. But you can win these early fights, and that's exactly what Erase does. Has that sort of primal instinct to go in for it, but granted, might be in trouble here once again.
Actually going to make it out alive for the time being. Phonix is able to hit that tether, hit that root, but Erase makes it out with a sliver of health. Is that last auto not going to be good from the Karma there?
Just commanding this lane right now, and once again, this Nami actually going to be pretty far ahead of what the pace that Phonix has been setting is. Bought that Dark Seal, doesn't have any stacks on it quite yet, so curious to see if that ends up being more of the AP Karma, the Night Harvester Karma that we actually saw pop up at Nationals a little bit, or if it's going to be a little bit more towards just that Poke Karma. You know, you still build the Shirelias, you still build all that speed, but nonetheless, Unawakened behind enemy lines.
Nice ult from Bakery Boy, actually just going to fly right past the Hecarim there, but now the ult is burned right at level 6. He's going to have to wait a little bit for that to come back online, whereas Misha start walking forward, cancel this back out as well. But in the end, gank is not going to be good from Unawakened. They get a little bit of info on where this jungler's at as well.
Yeah, and something I want to point out on the top side of the map as well, Zephyrot's in a terrible spot. He is frozen against right now, and if we can actually get that pen up there, look at that. Sephiroth can't walk up to farm. He has 21 farm. Peter Bishop, with the Tiamat of all things, is able to freeze against this Sejuani, even though it auto-pushes those lanes. That top lane is just absolutely terrible for the side of the Saints right now. It's a terrible situation, and it's just so difficult for Sephiroth to get out of it because he's 30 CS down already at 7 minutes. That lead is going to continue to grow, and Peter Bishop going for a little bit more of a defensive build, I want to say, with this Tiamat going into Ravenous Hydra, very likely into a Gore Drinker down the line. It's just going to be beefier in that front line as opposed to the sort of high damage build that we saw out of the Eclipse the first time around. That didn't quite work out. Now a huge wave is pushing in, but Sephiroth has no support on this top side of the map. Can't even walk up to try and farm these because look at how much damage Peter Bishop is doing in return.
Yeah, has the Tiamat online. You can't fight that out. There's the chains to come through, and there's the gank from Unawakened. A big stun from Sephiroth to slow down this tower dive. Maybe able to find Unawakened, but no, it's Peter Bishop to find that kill, and they're going to find much more in that top lane as the bot lane starts to pop off here with a gank. Rockboom is going to stay alive for the time being, burning that heal once again. Alonso 1-1-1 now after that fight. Bakery Boy, big trades in the mid lane here. This is what you were talking about, that skill matchup. As long as you can hit your Qs, as long as you're, you know, finding the right cadence on those Qs almost. It's like having them up every single time they're up and just being able to auto it out.
Yeah, the 5-point strike is so important for these quick trades, and I mean, of course, the energy cost goes down. You can spam it out more. Bakery Boy, nice and easy solo kill there. Won't even be taken down by the turret. He should just get flying too close to the sun once again. We talked about how this is sort of a heat check matchup. If Bakery Boy is feeling good, if Bakery Boy wants to sort of carry themselves and win this game for the side of the Saints, they need to be winning those 1v1s. That's exactly what happens, just absolutely clean. Topside though, interesting trade is Sephiroth actually winning out on that a little bit. Not sure how that all turned out. The Ignite wasn't popped, the Ultimate wasn't popped. It's just Peter Bishop getting a little bit too greedy.
Yeah, I don't think Peter Bishop has backed since that last fight as well. So already just a little bit low into that lane. You see the Tiamat coming out for the Hecarim here as well. That's an interesting one.
Ravenous Hydra.
Assuming, yeah, it's just a Hydra to come through.
But even still on this top side of the map, you know, not a lot of gold on Zephrot right now. All this gold across the rest of the map isn't even making up for that single lane advantage that Peter Bishop has been able to obtain. Of course, similar situation to what happened in game number 1, but Peter Bishop wasn't able to sort of park it in the right spot, wasn't able to sort of finish off that game strong, and I think that was a big downfall. This time around, though, having the confidence to go back, having the confidence to say, I'm going to go for a little bit of a different build here, most likely picking up let me do the math on that one real quick. That's going to be Vamp Scepter plus a Hammer. Not sure if that's going to be exactly the amount, but nonetheless, the Aatrox is going to be in really good shape. Might be building towards those tier 2 boots as well. And while Zephyrot's able to make up some of that farm in return, it's not going to be anywhere close.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to grab some back, but it was that one freeze, right, that dropped them down 40 CS. Peter Bishop was 40 CS ahead just from that one freeze that was held for so long, and now this Aatrox, they're just going to be able to keep doing the same thing. Just walk under tower, push the wave under tower, you know, threaten with the ult, and then if that Hecarim comes up there, it is all over for Zephrot on that Sejuani. Just a sitting duck under tower there, as we could see some action in the mid lane. Yeah,
and I mean, if we look across the mid lane there, that is where the CS lead is going in favor of the Saints. Bakery Boy, massive on this Akali already, 96 CS, not going to try and slow down or anything with the build, going for the rocket belt, something I think incredibly aggressive and which I think is necessary in this comp. But I mean, you look at where that gold is placed. A lot of that gold is also on the Hecarim from Unawakened right now, has just been able to pick up the pace of the game and make sure Alonso is caught off kilter in a lot of these situations. And now just plates going down across the map. There's a Rift Herald still to be placed down, which is another guaranteed 350 gold. And Rockboom this time around just isn't able to have that same agency that they normally have as time goes on here. I think once again, we're going to see that third item in Navori, and it might be the power spike that they're looking for, but nonetheless, they need to get to that point. And right now, it's going to be a slow climb ahead because of how fed Peter Bishop is and how out of the game Zephrot is. Just, you know, it's a bunch of starter items in the inventory, basically.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't even hit a full component item, right? You can't even hit whatever you're building to with those double ruby crystals, right? Yeah, just ton of starter items coming through and just getting poked down under tower here, and literally nothing they can do about it. You see in the bot lane there, it's actually York setting up a lane gank with this Hecarim. They really like those lane ganks to come through, but Alonso there to match it right back. And Rockboom, Mythic ahead of this Varus, could be able to actually have a bit of an advantage in these fights. But
it's still a little bit tough in that regard, of course. Unawakened going to reset. I think you do have agency to look for those all-ins, but it's so difficult to engage it on top of this Varus. Of note, though, Logia went once again for the sort of on-hit Varus, not going for the Rare Adam recommended lethality build just to keep your distance in that situation. But I think in this comp, when there's no Nocturne involved, you may still be able to put out the correct amount of damage, and it all comes down to comfort at the end of it. Though missing the Abscond Abduct, Bakeryboy is dancing around this mid lane, has the most farm in the game, is sitting on a boatload of gold most likely as well. When they reset, they should be able to complete a Mythic for themselves. Yeah, that's 1,400 gold. It's going to come down to Bakery Boy, and I think we've talked about how consistent they played throughout this season. You know, last game of the season for the League team effectively. Can they continue that trend? Can Bakery Boy show up when he's needed the most?
Yeah, and I mean, when you're tied at 1-1 in the series, this is the game to do it, to start that momentum. Try to find this game, try to continue it into game 2 as well, or to game 4 as well, but York, based off of that top side, still running away with this gold lead, and the Rift Herald is going to pop there.
Alonso's here.
Zephrot trying to get a bit of an engage going on there, but what can you really do? You're still playing that Sedge. You still only got the Bammy Cinder in your inventory.
And it's sort of just trying to bait in Alonso potentially to go for that fight, but I don't think they knew where Bakery Boy was. They just wanted to back off the play. At the very least, they get another charge, and they get another 2 plates out of that fully completed Ravenous Hydra now for the Aatrox on that top side, so they're just going to be able to out-sustain whatever Zephrot wants to put down, even through, you know, some of these components that are coming through. It's a Bomby Cinder, it's, you know, the Lucidity Boots. You're trying everything that you can to sort of stay relevant in this lane, but it's still incredibly hard to stay relevant when, you know, you were basically frozen against for a couple of minutes. You were taken out of your element there. Now Alonso going for this Dragon. This is not recommended here, Bishop's already here.
Yeah, tries to start that Dragon solo, is gonna get punished for it, but Alonso's still in this fight after the ult pops. That's the unkillable Mundo. That's exactly what you want your Mundo to be. Bakery Boy now in the thick of it, gonna get exhausted out. Gets that ADC so low, or that jungler so low. This could be a hard dragon to take here, as Hecarim dangerously low. Unawakened is in a tough spot, and this is going to be an all-out brawl for the Dragon. Sephiroth starting to get down and dirty there with Peter Bishop. Phonics dangerously low as well, but Bakery Boy is the first one to fall in the fight. This Dragon gonna fall soon. Alonso able to find the smite in the end. That's the Infernal Drake going over to the Saints, but York is able to capitalize on that, clean up the fight with 2 kills of their own. Keep chasing down Erase, a 3rd kill to come through, and in the end, York gets the better of that fight.
At what cost? You always have to look at that rock room, not out of the woods yet. Logia picks another one up. It's always at what cost. You get the Dragon, but what did you give up for it? It's a huge kill on the Bakery Boy, taking out of the fight early. Didn't have that ultimate up and available. It was so difficult to keep pace. You get first tower on the top side of the map. You might be able to pick up tower on the bot side of the map. It's a huge gold swing going back towards York, and this is the biggest lead that they've had at 15 minutes throughout this series. They've had leads throughout in the early game. They've had a better early game, a more cohesive early game, and a lot of that's through Peter Bishop, but now every single member stepping up. Unawakened after a rather uninspiring and unawakened early game, we want to say last game, not really getting online until 20 minutes. Now, ahead of Alonso, 1,300 gold. This 80 carry, Logia, up 700 gold. Top side, don't even want to try and do the math at this point. My brain's turning to mush. But nonetheless, it's a big goal on the top side. It's almost a full item ahead for the side of Peter Bishop. And now you look at the build that they're going for. That is scary. It's going to be Jack Show. Oh my goodness. No way.
This is a devastating build to come through. You see, Heartsteel finally finished up for that Mundo, but you're already 15 minutes into the game. You haven't started stacking it yet.
You need to look for fights with the jungler as well. That's why Heartsteel can be so challenging as well. Yes, you are able to, walk up to people, try and get your ganks off and everything. You're also Dr. Mundo. You don't have the greatest gank setup in general this game. It's really down to whether Sephiroth can even get into a fight, stay alive long enough, or if Erase lands a wave on someone. Nonetheless, you can see even in this mid lane now, Logia's moved up. You've got Phoenix here as well. You're just able to continue sieging this down, but Alonso on the backside.
Yeah, Alonso chasing down this Karma. Phonics can't do much
here,
as you've only got those support items in tow. But Bakery Boy waiting for his prime opportunity to go in. Sitting here half health at the starting of the fight, but Rock Boom is here to lay down the pain. Logia getting chased down. Alonso should be able to just keep tossing cleavers, but Sephiroth falls in the jungle, and so does Bakery Boy. Bakery Boy super close. The Shroud does end up coming back up, but it's that Silas Q that is going to finish it off in the end. Misha finds their revenge, now 3-1, and with a shutdown to their name, Alonso and Rock Boom split up in the river, and that's going to be the fight once again by the skin of their teeth. York University pulls it out by what looked like such a St. Clair favored fight to start.
Yeah, 2 for 2 at the end of that fight. Alonso still forced on the run, forced to pop that ultimate. Might just get sequestered down. The bot lane was the first to fall from the side of York, and yet they are the ones to come back alive, capitalize on Alonso getting a little bit too aggressive. Once again, they're just going to give another kill over to Unawakened here, 3-1-4. Once again, very much a more aggressive game coming through from this Hecarim, feeling a little bit more at home. And yes, this gold lead will continue to mount as once again another turret falls, another feather in the cap, so to speak. And now, Rock Boom, while they were able to chase down a kill onto Logia there, they weren't protecting the rest of the team. Sephiroth falling once again, 3rd time this game. Alonso forced on a weird path, and Baker just goes down again. It's just keeping in mind which members are important to keep alive. We're just going to miss out on that Mantra Q, though.
I'm not able to cancel that one out. Rift Herald dropped in that bottom lane, gets the tower. Not going to be able to get another charge off, it looks like. Unless they just completely forget about this one. Bakery Boy going in onto Unawakened, but this is a Hecarim running rampant. Are you going to be able to catch up to him? Bakery Boy saving that ult to chase this down. Not able to hit that Shuriken flip, and it's not going to be the finish. Unawakened makes it out, quarter health left.
I know in Mortal Kombat you gotta finish them, but not gonna be the case this time around. Bakery Boy not able to land that Shuriken flip. Nonetheless, we can just see how strong the side of York is at this point in the game. They're gonna continue to fight though.
Logia getting damaged a lot in that mid lane. Alonso finds the first kill. Phonics down under tower, getting dove down by Alonso. Can the Karma do anything? Not up against that Mundo. The minions start to push in. It's just Unawakened left here in this mid lane. Misha showing up for a bit of the follow-up, but it's going to allow Bakery Boy to get some CS in that top side reset there. And Saints, and you found 2 picks.
found 2 picks, and it's not the worst case situation. Once again, Logia getting a little bit too overzealous. They're going to try and push their advantage a little bit here by teleporting back in with Bakery Boy. They want to up the tempo and go for this dragon. I think it's a decent opening for them. It's just whether they can execute on this. Once again, Unawakened. I mean, look at the builds coming through from Peter Bishop and Unawakened. Both of them just going Ravenous Hydra Jack Show. They're going to become these massive menaces in the front line. Drain Tank, effectively. It's the Drain Tank build coming through from the Aatrox this time, not going for the sort of selfish solo queue, solo kill build. Needs to just be as useful as possible for the team, and now Peter Bishop's going to be a pain to kill and still does a whole boatload of damage to you.
Yeah, not to mention, got those Demolish procs for the side lane as well, and we've already seen Peter Bishop take to the side lane this game so much more on this Aatrox than we did in game 1. That was a big thing, but Zephyros in this bot red side jungle here, just gonna take that one down, find a solo kill onto Logia, but Alonso engaged on by the rest of York here, just gonna pop that ultimate, start running down this river, play bait for the rest of the team. Zephyros here in that bot side, but nobody really to help out Alonso here as the 4-player... Yeah, the Jack Shows come through as well. What are you gonna do? Ravenous Jack Show. Peter Bishop has been fully stacked up on that Rav for ages, minutes now.
Those are so long, and I mean, it's the Jack Show that has that health vamp as well, just to sort of like sap that health away from them. You just get double that, and it stacks up over time. You've got, you know, two Jack Shows sort of just stealing health from Alonso as much as possible, and while Rockboom's doing what they can, you know, 2 items now complete, doing everything in their power to sort of stay relevant in this game and stay in it. Still going to be a challenge moving forward, because you see, while they are ahead in gold over Logia, who hasn't had a great series overall apart from that Zeri game, you know, the 2 Varus games, which are sort of your litmus test, have not been that great for them. It's more so the fact that Peter Bishop has had their 3rd good game in a row. You know, Unawakened coming alive once again. You know, the later this game goes, that's when they're awakening. Now Bakery Boy on this flank, going to try and look for something. This Baron already cut down to half.
He's going to have to be the player to start this one out for the Saints, but the Saints getting engaged on by that Hecarim ultimate to start off. But Bakery Boy doing damage in this backline. The Shuriken flip is going to last long enough, and there's the first pick to come through in the fight. It's Logia to fall. Logia hasn't been alive for a lot of these fights in the end, but look at Unawakened there engaging onto Rockboom. But these bubbles from Erase have been the only thing keeping Rockboom alive in these fights. Alonso chased down inside the rest of the team, and really, other than Bakery Boy finding those picks, the Saints have been unable to find what they want in these team fights.
It's just a really rough road for them at this point, you know, still fighting in the jungle. Misha, they get caught out with a bubble once again. Erase has done a great job of sort of dissuading these fights. At the very least, they're keeping the side of the Saints alive. While it isn't really setting up for anything, it's preventing them from falling further down. But nonetheless, once again, Baron is the option. So much healing to come through from the Silas, the Hecarim, the Aatrox. There's enough damage to deal with here. They can just sort of 2-man this and tank it down. Not going to be sniffing this one out, but, you know, Peter Bishop's in the area, and this is the man to watch. This Aatrox is absolutely massive. Most gold in the game.
Yeah, Bakery Boy back up from that base now. Rockboom has yet to base. Dangerously low on mana for this fight, but they have to try and flip this Baron. We've got a good old 5v5 about to start here. Peter Bishop engages onto the backline. Rockboom pops that heal. Will they be able to kill Peter Bishop? Peter Bishop cannot be stopped right now. What is this healing coming through? Absolutely tearing to shreds the side of the Saints. They can't fight that Baron anymore. They can't even fight Peter Bishop himself. The Baron is secured for York University, and York is unstoppable right now off the back of Aatrox.
Aatrox.
Cool champion.
Aatrox.
Cool healing champion, but
just Aatrox. Welcome to Aatrox in a lot of ways. This champion somehow, some way is always going to find a way to be relevant. You know, Peter Bishop has shown that they are very confident on that, and while their strong performance in game number 1 wasn't necessarily leading to a victory for them, game 3 is a whole different story. It just seems as if the Saints have been puzzled by everything at this point. 7,500 gold lead at this point, and the math is hard at this point. You know, it's a big gold lead at the very least for the side of the side of York. The Saints just don't have any sort of angle in there. It's 5,000 gold lead alone on the top side of the map. Aatrox is becoming death. Ender of worlds, absolutely everything. And I mean, look at the CS gap between them. It's just 85 CS. You know, Zephyros basically a glorified support at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, we kind of had that impression from the beginning of the game, right? You go so behind at the starting, it's beyond the point where you can play catch-up, right? Especially on a champ like Sedge, where you're going to want to play most of the game in the team fight. But stolen culling, going to be popped by Misha. A little bit of damage on to Rockboom, but there's really nothing to fight over just yet. They're just waiting for this Cloud Drake to spawn, and any poke on to the side of the Saints is going to be good in York's eyes.
And I mean, we talked about Bakery Boy being sort of that, having the necessity to carry this game. They've done what they can. I mean, they've got the most gold, or they've got the second most gold in the team after Rockboom. It's just, they're still so far behind Peter Bishop. This Aatrox is so devastating to deal with. Now in every one of these fights, doesn't have to worry about a Nocturne ultimate preventing them from joining. And look at the flank coming through from Peter Bishop.
Yeah, there it is. This Aatrox doing exactly what they did last fight and continuing this dominance. Look at the health bar just fly up as the Saints are helpless in the presence of this Aatrox. Everyone falls except Bakery Boy, and Bakery Boy falls in the end. There's the ace to come through from York University. They pick up the Cloud Drake, and they are close to ending this game.
They might just end it at this. I mean, Peter Bishop has the Demolish box. They still have the Baron buff for another 20 seconds. Misha's going to come up here to try and supplement that. At the very least, 2 inhibitors. At the very worst for the Saints, it's going to be the game. And I mean, you've got the Nami up, you've got the Mundo spawning in 10 seconds, you've got Rockboom spawning in 10 seconds. Do you really want to push your luck if you're the side of York? Probably not. They're just going to grab 2 inhibitors at that. I think if Logia came to join the party, they would have been able to end that game. But it's another bot lane tier 2 turret set to follow as well. That's the last sort of a scenario for them. They're just going to be able to pick this one up with all of this attack speed going through on Logia. Going to do a little bit of damage, but gold lead's now up to 11, 12,000 gold. It's starting to get way out of hand. They're desperate for a play, and that's why Bakery Boy Toebreaker, they're looking for anything onto Logia.
Yeah, TP comes through. Logia going to get engaged on there by the Sejuani, and as 4 players come down, Logia falls. Rockboom is going to pick up the kill credit for that one, but look at Misha and Unawakened here in the top lane. They've took now 2 inhibitors. Saints going to have to play a little bit of base defense for a while.
A while is an understatement. I think the rest of the game they're going to be playing base defense. They're going to need some miracle comeback here, and I think that may come in the form of the Cloud Soul. Granted, it's the Cloud Soul. It's not going to be the most impactful. It's going to mean that Rockboom can chase people down with his ultimate even easier, but even then, I don't know if it's enough at this stage in the game. The gold lead is just a little bit too much. 10,000 gold is sort of that cutoff where you say, this game is winnable to this game is basically done. If you're able to come back from this, York's mental has to be shattered at that, but even then, they seem so unfathomably strong at this point. Like the bot lane, they've got 10 deaths, but it doesn't matter because this top side is just so strong. It is so devastating to deal with. And for the Saints, they just haven't been able to find any success on that top side of the map. Granted, Rockboom, big damage.
Pulling to come through. Misha gonna go golden. Gonna have to play very well to make it out of that one, but the Nami bubble timed perfectly for that. Zhonya's there. Flash from Bakery Boy, keeping themselves in this fight against Unawakened, ready to go for these trades to come through. Alonso chasing them down, but to Hecarim, what are you going to do to chase that down in the end? Rest of them, Rockboom and Erase to come up and finish off Awaken. This is what the Saints have to do if they want to end this game off strong. What? Rockboom still falls in the end. Unawakened, unstoppable for a bit, but that 700 gold shutdown finally going to be picked up. But Peter Bishop is the real one you got to be focusing on here, as they're in this bot lane with Phonics there. And Aatrox with a Karma on them. I mean, what are you going to do? 6-0, 3rd item now.
I mean, Peter Bishop has always been sort of dancing around the fringes of these fights, but now just get in there, get involved, do everything that they want against the side of the Saints. It's just, they've got them by the throat at this point. This Aatrox has just become this... Aatrox has become Aatrox. You know, lore-wise, Aatrox literally just wants to keep fighting. The world ender. He is ending the world. He is ending the world of the Saints here. And I mean, it's just double the gold still. Holding strong at a 7,000 gold lead individually on that lane. Literally, you take out Peter Bishop, you take out Zephyr from this game is close. If it's a 4v4, it's close. But everything else is just so far in favor of this Aatrox that it would be an absolute... It would be a dramatic masterpiece if somehow this Aatrox does not win the game.
Yeah, the unfortunate part is that this top lane, it's too far gone for Bakery Boy Akali, as ahead as they are, even though not necessarily ahead at this point in the game anymore.
It's too much for
it's too much to do. Yeah, it's too much to try and come back to, because Aatrox is just one of those champions that when they're too fed, it seems like there's nothing to do about it.
Granted, there is the caveat that Aatrox is a melee champion.
Yes.
And you have that agency eventually with Rock Boom, if possible, to just completely kite out the fight. And I think that is your one saving grace. If you are going to get anyone who's going to kill that Aatrox, it's going to be Rock Boom. You know, throwing a culling, just hitting Aatrox as they're running forward, you know, able to perfectly kite out these fights to a T. That is how you win this game. That is the only way that you're able to do so, but if Erase dies like this, you're not going to be in it for much longer.
Bear Assault going to come down onto Erase. First pick in the fight. Unawakened, though, going to be going back to sleep there as Rock Boom finds them. Bakery Boy fell in the fight towards Peter Bishop there, and Peter Bishop running rampant in the rest of this Saints team here now. Rock Boom close to falling, but red buff still on. There's a bit of healing to come through, but it's just going to be Rock Boom to try and kite this one out. Alonso finds Misha there, but Phonics and Peter, can you stop them? What can you do against this Aatrox right now, as they are going to end the world there, end the rest of the Saints base, and with only Zephyros alive, these Nexus turrets are going to fall to the might of Peter Bishop and his Aatrox. This is the run back for game one there, and boy, is it sweet for York right now. They're going to go up 2-1 in this series as they try to finish off this Nexus.
They close out the game, and it's going to be match point, championship point for the side of York. They somehow overcome their demons with the Lucian Nami, and works out in their favor. I mean, Peter Bishop.
Oh, like, what a game to behold.
It's just what just happened? I mean, Jackshow, Aatrox, but apparently you can build Jackshow plus Ravenous on anyone, and it just works out in your favor. I mean, especially when you are as fed as the Aatrox is. And in that situation, it's just, as the Saints, you have to ban it out. It has to be on the ban list at this point. You have so many things to worry about, though, going into draft for game number 4. You've got this Aatrox to worry about. You have the Zeri to worry about. Literally, you have to try and think about every champion from Aatrox to Zeri in terms of what you have to take away from this team, because they are just so strong. And going to be a tough uphill battle, but at the end of the day, York are feeling so good about that win.
Yeah, and a mentally taxing loss there for the Saints as well, letting that Aatrox just run away with that lead. But not only that, now you've got no more games to fall back on. It's 2-1 in the series. York on match point here, waiting, trying their darndest here to take grand finals, and Peter Bishop coming in with that one, 33k damage on that Aatrox in what was, a 30-minute game?
Do you think Aatrox is balanced?
Aatrox is interesting.
Aatrox is not balanced. That is all we will say about that one, but nonetheless, we are going to try and get ourselves recollected here for game number 4. Players should be ready shortly there. We'll see if Saints are able to hold on to their tournament lives here, or if it will just be York walking away with that victory. We'll be right back.
So, I mean, at least he can just keep that passive up, walk forward, but Rock Boom doesn't have the same luxury of having that spell shield. He is going to get caught out by that root, and a great bubble from Erase is actually going to keep this fight in the hands of St. Clair. Erase to find the kill onto Phonics there, and Unawakened forced onto the run. Big bubbles in this fight here. Erase is an absolute killer. So low. This could be a hard dragon to take here, as Hecarim dangerously low. Unawakened is in a tough spot, and this is going to be an all-out brawl for the dragon. Zephyros starting to get down and dirty there with Peter Bishop. Phonics dangerously low as well, but Bakery Boy is the first one to fall in the fight. This dragon going to fall soon. Alonso able to find the spite in the end. That's the Infernal Drake going over to the Saints, but York is able to capitalize on that, clean up the fight with 2 opportunities. Sitting here half health at the starting of the fight, but Rock Boom is here to lay down the pain. Logia getting chased down. Alonso should be able to just keep tossing cleavers, but Zephyros falls in the jungle, and so does Bakery Boy. Bakery Boy super close. The Shroud does end up coming back up, but Rock Boom has yet to base. Dangerously low on mana for this fight, but they have to try and flip this Baron. We've got a good old 5v5 about to start here. Peter Bishop engages onto the backline. Rock Boom pops that heal. Will they be able to kill Peter Bishop? Peter Bishop cannot be stopped right now. What is this healing coming through? Absolutely tearing to shreds the side of the Saints. They can't fight that Baron anymore.
This Aatrox is so devastating to deal with. Now in every one of these fights, doesn't have to worry about a Nocturne ultimate preventing them from joining, and look at the flank coming through Peter Bishop.
Yeah, Yeah, there it is. This Aatrox doing exactly what they did last fight and continuing this dominance. Look at the health bar just fly up as the Saints are helpless in the presence of this Aatrox. Everyone falls except Bakery Boy, and Bakery Boy falls in the end. There's the ace to come through from York University.
Do so, buddy. If Erase dies like this, you're not going to be in for much longer.
Aerosol's going to come down onto Erase. First pick in the fight. Unawakened, though. Going to be going back to sleep there as Rockboomer finds them. Bakery Boy fell in the fight towards Peter Bishop there, and Peter Bishop running rampant in the rest of this Saints team here now. Rockboom close to falling, but red buff still on. A bit of healing to come through, but it's just going to be Rock. So, I mean, at least he can just keep that passive up, walk forward. But Rockboom doesn't have the same luxury of having that spell shield. He is going to get caught out by that root, and a great bubble from Erase is actually going to keep this fight in the hands of St. Clair. Erase to find the kill onto Phonics there, and Unawakened forced onto the run. Big bubbles in this fight here. Erase is an absolute killer. So low. This could be a hard dragon to take here, as Hecarim dangerously low. Unawakened is in a tough spot, and this is going to be an all-out brawl for the dragon. Sephiroth starting to get down and dirty there with Peter Bishop. Phonics dangerously low as well, but Bakery Boy is the first one to fall in the fight. This dragon going to fall soon. Alonso able to find the spite in the end. That's the Infernal Drake going over to the Saints, but York is able to capitalize on that, clean up the fight with 2 opportunities to go. Sitting here half health. Game 4 up ahead of us right now. York leading the series 2-1 on that match point. Adam looking to continue the dominance. Peter Bishop coming in big in that last game, solo carrying that top side, coming through, carrying out the rest of the game as well. It's going to be a rough one for the Saints to come back after that. But new game, new draft. Let's see what we got here. Similar first bans to, I think, every single game we've had so far.
No
Heimerdinger Nocturne, Evelyn Wukong, the classics coming through. I think we're 4 for 4 now on these bans.
Yeah, and I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see, the LeBlanc band out once again. They're very confident in that pick, as always. Of course, I'm curious to see if the Zeri ban will stay or if the Aatrox ban comes through, because realistically, that is really what is going to lay down the Karma ban. That is not Aatrox, that is not Zeri. I mean, we said any ban from Aatrox to Zeri, you gotta figure it out, and I guess they opt to say that Karma is that situation, but I think in a lot of worlds, the Karma wasn't that big of a factor overall. They were 100%. Able to win that lane, but I think they just need to stomp the spot lane harder.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Karma was necessarily the problem last game that they needed to deal with. Nonetheless, York University going to pick up that Caitlyn. Their first time actually picking up that champ in this series. And it's going to be the Varus going over to the Saints this.
I think the Varus going into Rockboom's hands, there are some different builds that you can go for. Once again, there is that Ravenous Hydra build, going for a little bit more of that poke focus. But of course, when you don't have that Karma in that lane at all, at this point, you have a little bit more agency to go for some of these engaged supports. The Amumu coming through means that you can go in there. Erase has shown that they know how to play sort of these frontline support champions. I'm very interested to see how that plays out. But if you pick Amumu, Silas is on the opposite side, and there's a reason why I play Silas support. Because of Amumu support being a thing, you steal away the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and you get it even better because you do more damage.
Yeah, because you grab that AP scaling, right? And Silas converts it all into his own AP scaling as well on top of that. So
it's a lot of damage.
It is a lot of damage to come through, and crazy amounts of utility. You can just pop that off. You've got your Zonias in the back pocket as well. I mean, you're playing Silas in the end there, but Hecarim to come through on jungle for Unawakened there once again, and we're back to this skill matchup, like you said. Akali to be that third pick for the Saints here.
Makes a whole lot of sense. Akali Silas, that matchup went in Bakery Boy's favor before Misha started roaming around the map, had a little bit more agency with the rest of the team. The Hecarim looked really good from Unawakened, looked more awakened in that game specifically, but the bans coming through, the Lux mandatory ban with that. Caitlyn, in a lot of ways, Aatrox ban, right? Aatrox ban from St. Clair's the 5th ban. Nope, it's Morgana. So they really want to take that power away from the bottom side of the map. It's scary because we saw what Peter Bishop was able to do on that top side of the map, really, really, really strong. Of course, on the flip side, they're just taking away some of those safer lanes, the Shen and the Gangplank off the table.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, the Saints have yet to really, try to shut down the Aatrox, even in these bans. They're just going straight for that bot lane pressure, and sure, you want to get Rockboom ahead, you want to get this bot lane ahead, but the Aatrox there, picked up from York. It's back in the game. Peter Bishop going to be right back on that. Xin Zhao is the jungle pick from the Saints, and the bot lane is rounded off with a Braum, a crazy level 1 fighter there.
Yeah, the Braum going to be really strong for those early levels, but also good at disengaging. I mean, it's going to stop that Chain of Corruption. It's going to stop some of those other skill shots that are to come through. This is going to be sort of Zephrot throwing down the gauntlet there, saying, my name is Zephrot, my name is Zephiora. Zephiora at that point. Oh my god. I'm grasping at straws at that one, but Fiora is the traditional counter matchup into Aatrox. Basically, they're just saying, you know what? We've been trying to fight fire with water. It's not working. It's an oil fire. It's getting everywhere. We've got to fight fire with fire. We need to bring the force back up to that top side. It's a lot of confidence given into Zephrot, who has had a really rough series thus far, but nonetheless, you've got to try something at this point.
We love League of Legends and the Spectator client in particular, but I mean, that Fiora coming through as the last pick. Zephrot, like you said, slow day for Zephrot, a pretty underperforming day there in the top lane, and it's going to take a lot of confidence into this Aatrox, and it's going to take a lot of skill as well, and just knowledge of that matchup. And, I haven't picked that Fiora in the series just yet either, so could take a little bit to get online in that one. I mean, you got to be warmed up on that champion, and coming off of something like a Sejuani, right? You're not really into that headspace, but nonetheless, it's the pick to come through here as we wait for this pause to fizzle out here. Adam, anything else you got to say on these comps here?
Why don't we ban Aatrox? That's what I'm wondering. I mean, realistically, Aatrox has sort of been, as strong as possible at this point, but nonetheless, I like to see Alonso pulling out a carry jungler in that situation. The Xin Zhao at least gives you some early game agency. It gives you some more gank potential in that early stage. Nonetheless, believe we might be getting ourselves back into game there. We saw the R's come through in chat. To be determined if that is a red herring or not. I think Alonso, though, we actually talked to him in between games, and he's like, you know what, I need to play carry this game. And I think he's feeling that confidence to sort of push forward, do what they can to sort of put the team on their back. And I think especially in September, October, when this team was sort of figuring everything out, Alonso sort of shone through as more of a carry jungler in that situation. Sort of was playing non-carry champions and carry roles. The Trundle was looking good, that sort of stuff. Pulled up the Ivern a couple times and looked really strong on those as well. But nonetheless, I think this time around, they just know exactly what their role is. They need to try and put the team on the back. They need to get this top side of the map bad. And I think we're going to see Alonso looking a lot more towards Zephyros on that top side, and I think they're going to look towards Peter Bishop right now. Oh my goodness.
Classic pause after the pause here, but Peter Bishop in a bit of a sticky situation here. Really going to play off of that bandage toss from Erase, but they're not going to force it out just yet. Peter Bishop running straight towards that top tower, and the rest of the Saints going to have to back here eventually, but should be able to maybe drop a ward in that blue side if they opt for that, but it looks like that's not going to be the play here. But yeah, Alonso on that Xin Zhao, right? It's that champion that had to come through, that style of champion, something that can come through and stop playing those supporting roles, right? And start taking a bit more of a carry role in this team comp.
And I mean, Peter Bishop, formerly known as Sweet Tangerine, figured that out while they hovered the Casio earlier in draft. They're such a strong player. They're such a confident player on that top side of the map, sort of shifting up there to allow Misha to play in their comfortable lane and everything. But especially in their Proving Grounds run last year, York really relied on Sweet Tangerine or Bishop to be sort of that hard carry for them. And I think that is exactly what the case is once again for them. I think he's had 3 very strong games. He's won top lane 3 games in a row, but bot lane already going to town on the fights.
Yeah, this is that level 1 we were talking about. Insta-stun onto Erase there. Ignite going to be popped. That's a very early cooldown to take here, and it's good to know you have that in your back pocket in these first few minutes here. No Ignite from that Braum.
No Ignite from the Braum. It means that at least you have a little bit less kill threat in that bot side of the map, but once again, Erase has the Ignite themselves, if anything, so if Caitlyn is to find enough damage, it's not really going to be dissuading that fight from happening. But even on the top side already, you can see this Fiora feeling a lot more confident to just walk up, have a little bit more agency in this lane, and now level 2 early, going to try and go to town onto Peter Bishop. Look at all the vitals getting procced. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, continually proccing those vitals, and that's where the Fiora pick is going to come in. Going to be able to keep up with Aatrox in this lane, but the question is, will that continue to happen? We've seen Peter Bishop and exactly what they can do on this champ. It's really going to come down to just how well Zephyros can play out this matchup. Level 2 on Peter Bishop now. Gonna miss that sweet spot on the initial Q. Erase gonna fall in first blood. Logia low there themselves. Rock Boom close to getting stunned up by this Braum, but it's gonna walk out of there scot-free as 1-for-1s are traded back and forth, but first blood to York.
Yeah, a little bit of extra gold going into Logia's pocket there. Of course, both summoners burned at that, so it's going to be a little bit more of a difficult lane, especially if Erase is able to find more bandage tosses moving forward. Really just depends on if Rock Boom is able to make use of their extra advantage here, getting a little bit more gold, getting a little bit more experience specifically. But I mean, on this top side of the map, it's exactly what you expect. Actually, Erase doing something we don't expect. This is going to be a level 2 roam up here. Bakery Boy is here as well. Whole squad is trying to shut down Unawakened if possible, or even on this top side onto Peter Bishop. They're not going to expect this dive to happen. Cutting off the wave as much as possible. Front's taking a decent chunk of damage, but what is this? He's on a ward.
Yeah, Peter Bishop had an idea this was going to come, right? You don't see that support in the bot side. You don't see Bakery Boy in that mid side. Just going to ward up that Tribush. He's been pushed under tower for quite a while here. Bakery Boy has to move back towards that mid lane. Erase could come in for a gank. Here's the Hex Flash. Channeled in. There's that 5-point strike to hit, but nothing really there to follow up. And Erase now just going to have to make their way back towards this bot side through this bottom river. I mean, they can secure the scuttle.
Yeah, and what's going to end up happening is it's going to be a double scuttle for Alonso, so at the very least he's getting more farm, he's getting a bigger advantage over Unawakened, who only has that tier plus the boots. Last time around, I believe when they reset, they had a full tie-mat to pick up or something along those lines. This time not going to be in as advantageous of a position, but Erase just going aggressive onto Phoenix here.
Yeah, Phoenix has that flash in the back pocket there. Just going to dash over the wall, though, over towards Unawakened. Unawakened diving in towards 3. Alonso ignited down. Going to be falling, but Rock Boom, the damage is stacking up here. Rock Boom, he's able to find one, but a double kill goes back over to Unawakened, and Unawakened walks away with 600 gold after that fight. Rock Boom only able to find that one, and it's York University to get the advantage in that fight. Peter Bishop pushing Zephyros back into the tower here, but most likely won't be able to commit to the dive.
I don't think it's going to be too much of a commitment, especially since Zephyros still has exactly the parry available. And usually what happens is if that comes through, it slows up Aatrox enough, even if it doesn't stun, to the point where you can't really go under that tower. It cuts your attack speed, it cuts a lot of your damage as well. You just need to be very careful in that situation. I mean, despite that extra kill going the opposite way, oh my goodness.
There it is to come through the flash from Peter Bishop to secure that one out, and plates should be secured as well. Just going to shove in that wave. Bot side, though, Erase. You see those concussive blow stacks stacking up every single time. And the second it hits 3, he has to back out. Sitting level 2 from that roam that didn't really amount to much. It really just amounted to a double kill for Unawakened in the end there. After all was said and done, Alonso coming in for this gank. There's the engage to come through, but Erase falls immediately. The Braum is picked back up for Rock Boom, and Logia getting pushed under tower, getting poked out under tower here, but Bakery Boy down here for the dive now. There it is to come through. Double kill for Rock Boom. 4-0 in this bot lane. The Varus taking the lead that the Saints wanted. They banned out strictly for this bot lane, and now they're able to capitalize on that.
It has to be a performance of a lifetime from Rock Boom at this point. You know, they've looked him so often to become that hard carry. It's a 4-0 Varus. They have put all of the eggs into that basket. They've literally put all of Erase's life into this basket.
Yes.
Rock Boom has to be the one to carry, and I think at this point, he's calling his own number. At this point, he knows that he has to be that one to show up. Nisha stealing away that Amumu ultimate. Erase is level 3, and he's getting his ultimate stolen. This is not a good look for the Amumu thus far, but nonetheless, it's all about feeding into Rock Boom, all about getting this Varus as fed as possible. Even with the lethal tempo there, went for the pickaxe first. He potentially going for Blade of the Ruined King, I think, as the first item choice. I'm curious to see how that will turn out in this game, especially since it will cut through any sort of tankier builds that the likes of Peter Bishop or Unawakened are going to go for, as well as cut through the Braum.
Yeah, 100%. That's going to help out very, very much in the end there. You saw over towards that top side. You see those Ninja Tabbies or plated steel caps, my bad, finish up there on the Aatrox. That's just going to make this Fiora trade not as good. There's the Amumu ult to finally pop off of Misha. Bakery Boy hiding in this shroud, but it's only going to last for so long. You got to make your way back to that tower. Chased down by Unawakened. Over towards the bot side. A gank from Alonso. It's going to mean a kill down there on to Logia, but this Hecarim is starting to run away with a large lead.
Yeah, I mean, this is just Alonso trying to enable Rock Boom as much as possible, saying, you know what, top lane should be okay in that lane. At the very least, we'll be able to deal a little bit more. Grand Challenge pop, but I don't think Zephyros is going to be able to proc any of those vitals there. A little bit of a waste of that ultimate. Might have been a misclick at that, but nonetheless, I think it's a better look to just keep Zephyros as even in farm as possible. Just recognizing that, hey, we've got our frontline engaged, we've got the Amumu in the back pocket, and while, yes, the Amumu is 0-3, it doesn't matter because Amumu's still going to press ult and just do a whole bunch of damage there. You're going to be in good hands. It's more so just about making sure that Zephyros has any sort of legs to deal with this sideline pressure, deal with Peter Bishop in the meantime. And even though there is a solo kill going one way and a 10 CS lead, Zephyros at the very least is looking alive in this game as opposed to looking like the corpse of Sejuani, Bejuani, as we like to call it sometimes. Just, it wasn't working last game, working a little bit better this game at the very least.
Yeah, you might be a kill down, right? You might have gotten solo killed there, but that's going to happen against an Aatrox in the end. At least you're keeping up in the CS here. Not going to be at a 40-50 CS deficit like we saw last game. Literally around this same time as well. It was around 10 minutes that deficit started to come through. You see the bot lane, at least this Braum, start to move up over towards mid. Erase also finding themselves all around the map this game.
And I mean, looking at the items between the two AD carries right now, it's actually a very slight advantage over to the side of Rock Boom still, just because the Noon Quiver doesn't necessarily give you any damage to champions, more so just helps you farm a little bit better. The Recurve Bow going to give you a little bit more damage overall, and going to have an extra bit of combat power. And of course, in this early stage, if Logia is able to just get free auto attacks down, you should be in good shape in terms of winning out those trades against the Varus. But if Varus is able to stack up the passive and continually pop that over and over again, you're going to be in even better shape. But nonetheless, Efrot's still just struggling on this top side. Peter Bishop playing so safe every single time, going through every Aatrox skin as well, you know, just making sure that they're doing all of the skins possible, because, you know, if you're going to play Aatrox 3 times in a series, you might as well cover all the bases. But oh my goodness, Efrot's in trouble.
Yeah, Grand Challenge is up again. Proc's one of the vitals, but you're stuck in a 3-man dive under this tower. There's only so much you can do before Peter Bishop is going to pick up that kill. 2-0 on the Aatrox right now. Plates being grabbed top. Plates being grabbed bot by the Saints in response here, as Logia not really able to push up into that bot lane, considering that Braum is over there on the top. Awaken grabs this scuttle as well. It's the rest of the Saints here not able to do too much.
Overall, it's just the Saints sort of feeding into Rock Boom as much as possible, but it's a 4-0 Varus without a bounty on their head, and it's a 2,400 gold lead for the side of York still. Saints just sort of not having any answers. They haven't been able to put to forth any sort of conceded effort. And the main thing is that 900 gold down on the Xin Zhao here is not going to be a good sign. Xin Zhao's not a champion that does well into the later stages of the game. Akali's doing what she can to stay even at this point, you know, just a little bit behind in gold. But then you look at Rock Boom, your 4-0-1 AD carry is behind in gold. This is where you put all of your kills. This is where you put all of your eggs into the basket for Rock Boom to be behind. It's unfortunate. Yes, you've got the Blade of the Ruined King. Yes, you might be able to make something happen in this next fight specifically, but if you're behind at this point, it's looking really rough because you don't have any winning lanes right now, and Alonso playing a carry jungle is just left out to dry.
Yeah, it's that issue of macro once again, and playing towards that top side. The jungle and the top of York are already huge leads. The exact same champion picks coming through. You're seeing the Tiamats being built. You're seeing the Ravenous start to come through, and it's like, what can you do when you're the Saints at this point? Sephiroth getting dove under tower constantly. This bot lane not necessarily able to fight anything out. They do have this Bork available for Rock Boom, though. Wow. Unawakened right behind that wall, waiting for the engage to come through. You see the TP coming through from that mid laner as well, and there it is, a race to fall, the starting of this fight. Xin Zhao, Alonso to find that second kill, but as the Silas comes down, the damage piles on. Bakery Boy to match this roam in the 2v3. This can be possible as Bakery Boy and Rock Boom have the tools to make it happen. Bork is available, but Logia takes that range advantage, gonna shut down Bakery Boy after that stun comes through. Rock Boom moving back to tower, can't even grab a kill in that fight, and dangerously low to boot, just gonna get pushed out here.
And the issue is, Race tried to get really greedy with their Amumu ultimate. They were waiting for the perfect time, trying to bait out the cleanse, bait out anything from Logia, and then just ended up using it on the way out, and basically was shot down with that ultimate almost up in tow. Yes, they did use it at the end, but it got so little value because it was used on the Hecarim who was already ulting. Race just getting a little bit too greedy, looking for the perfect fight as opposed to the necessary fight, and still, York end up once again on top of that fight. While Rock Boom was able to protect their life and Baker Boy was able to find a kill, it was still the extra man falling down for the Saints. Now it's Rift Herald top, it's 2 more plates going into that mid lane. It's just starting to all crumble downhill. This lead that they had, this energy that they came through with in game 1 has just all seemed to seep away, and now Saints are left to pick up the pieces or what they can of it, because there's still a decent amount of time to play in this game. But once again, an early game lead erupting for the side of York, up 2,500 gold. Bakery Boy staying back from this one. At the very least, in this situation with Peter Bishop in this dragon area, it gives Zephyr so much time on the top side of the map. At least going to pick up a play for themselves. Try and show any signs of life, because that is exactly what Zephyr needs. They need money in the pocket.
Yeah, Fiora is a champion you need a decent amount of gold on to actually really be in this game and be a threat in that side lane. A race going for the engage onto Phonix here. 3v3 down in the bot lane. Junglers and bot lanes are down here. There's the engage onto Rock Boom. Look at how much damage was soaked just from that initial ult there. Rockboom trying to chunk as much as they can, but still unable to find much here, right? You're still pretty much sitting on that pork the entire time here, these past few fights. Not really able to find more. Peter Bishop finishes off that tower.
It's just a difficult situation once again because you pick this sort of counter matchup. If you're meant to keep pace with the Aatrox, at least sort of show something up in the later stages. And while you've got the Divine Sunder, you should be able to make something happen. But fighting bot side, it's already the Cleanse first out from Logia. Are they going to be able to continue this fight?
No, they will not. It's a race to fall initially, and as the Ignite burns, Rockboom should be able to find this problem, but now he's going to have to keep chasing him down. The rain of arrows is going to be good, and that's a 2 kills down bot side for the Saints. Going to be pushing into this tower now. As 2 death timers on York is going to mean they're going to have to focus towards this top side of the map.
At the very least, Peter Bishop moving down to that bot side to potentially protect the turret, but should be Zephrot picking up this tower in retaliation. At the very least, they're opening up the map a little bit more. They're opening up their macro, but that roam down from Bakery Boy does cost that mid lane turret. Interesting to note as well. Oh, actually, we're going to get the fight first.
There's the grand challenge from Misha this time. Riposte is going to come through, but the Fiora in the 1v2, not even winning the 1v1 to begin with. When that Hecarim comes through with that Ravenous Hydra built, you're going to be in a world of pain. Race screen back for Zephrot as this game slowly slips away from the Saints' hands. Oh,
I think it's just...
Engage over near Krugs. Alonso trying to fight this one out, but you're getting chased down. He was just trying to back there, was not prepared for that kill to come through. And the Saints, the kills keep racking up, and it's these solo picks across all sides of the map, all lanes, all jungles coming through. Flash from Peter Bishop, dash over the wall, scot-free from that Varus.
I think the major thing at this point is just that the Saints, they're trying to do anything that they can. And yes, you know, Zephrot is 0-3, just trying to find towers. At the very least, they're opening up the map. At the very least, they're putting up some level of resistance. And in worst case scenario, they should be able to resist against Peter Bishop as time goes on, get stronger as they build more items. And that is a big thing about Fiora, is that this counter matchup sort of comes to life around 2 items when, you know, the Jack Show is going to come through from Peter Bishop. It won't matter as much because Fiora does true damage. She has the Vital. She's able to cut through. She's got this Divine Sunder to heal up just as much. She's going to have more agency in that isolated 1v1. It's more so that the rest of the team is still sort of behind in a lot of ways. I mean, you look at Rockboom specifically. If you want to look at the gold difference between them, it is still a gold lead sitting on Logia right now. Up about 800 gold approximately at this point. It's just not enough coming through from Rockboom right now. There's not enough resources put into them, and it's just not enough farm as well. It's the plates is all of what Caitlyn offers in that situation. Not only does she have that farm lane, but she got the entire tower bot lane. She was able to pick up a dragon with her team. She's able to pick up a whole bunch of assists as well. She has higher kill participation, and Rockboom isn't able to keep pace just because the rest of the team around is not working in that favor.
Yeah, you know, you're still down in gold somehow against this Caitlyn. Perfect KDA, only a little bit down in CS, but Caitlyn running away with the gold, and I mean, can't even begin to fathom this topside lead. Once again, it's just growing and growing as Peter Bishop finds kills, continues to rack up the CS, and continues to just be a nuisance in these side lanes for any Saint that comes his way.
And it is closer. In every right, it is a closer situation, but nonetheless, Alonso has to get out of here, and they're just chasing him down.
Chases down with the ultimate. Fiora here, grand challenge comes on, but can they proc that last Vital? Can they get that healing down for the team? Alonso gonna fall. This Ravenous Hydra on this Hecarim. Where's the health? They chunked him down to about half earlier in this fight, and the health is right back. Unawakened tanking this entire tower as Bakery Boy tries to chase them down. But Bakery Boy is only able to follow Logia. Pop the Ignite. Logia should fall from that one, but Bakery Boy stuck in this shroud against the Hecarim. The ace to come through for York University, and the game is looking so positive for York right now. It's a absolute destruction to come through, and the grand finals is in their sights. The NECC title currently in their sights here in game 4.
Yeah, York won that fight with a clean ace, effectively a clean ace, only Misha going down in a 4v5. You know, Peter Bishop didn't even bother to go up there. They're able to get tier 2 mid, they're able to get tier 2 bot as well. Alonso just doing everything that they can, gonna shut down one in retaliation. Phoenix not gonna be able to get out of this one, but look who's arrived already. Unawakened gonna be on the scene, trying to find even more. My goodness, Onslaught of Shadows is already back up. And Alonso gonna try and tighten this one up, but here comes Peter.
Launched that ultimate as well and is just gonna run rampant with this healing, but some fancy footwork from Rockboom and a burnt flash is gonna mean the shutdown is finally grabbed onto that Aatrox. Fiora here chasing down Unawakened on that Hecarim. Saints have found a pick back, 2 picks back to be precise, and they've started up this Cloud Drake, but Unawakened still in the picture here. You know who's not? Alonso, the smite from the side of the Saints. Unawakened will be taking this Hecarim towards mid lane here, though. Not going to be engaging onto Bakery Boy. It looks like this is a free dragon for the Saints here, but a Cloud Drake at what cost? At least you find those objective bounties, but you only got the objective bounty because you're so far behind.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you've got 2 protein bars already built up. They're ready to get their gains at the gym here from the Aatrox and the Hecarim, but it just feels like it's a little bit too late for the side of the Saints to get back into this. Once again, you look at the gold difference there. It's 7,000 gold before Baron is even on the table. It's 20 minutes into this one, and you look at the damage that can come through from the Hecarim. You look at the damage that can come through from everyone else, and you look at what the Saints are offering right now. It's just not enough. Erase doing what they can with that Radiant Virtue. When they go in with that ultimate, they're getting that bonus health, they're giving healing and stuff to the team. They're able to pick up a tower bot side, but at the end of the day, is it enough? It still feels as if it's almost in the grasp, but they just need to find a mega fight. They need to get some of these shutdowns, and this might not be the way they look to do it.
Bakery Boy and Alonso caught out from the rest of the team here as they're waiting on respawns, and it's a 5-man from York chasing down Alonso into this top lane. Alonso can't really find anything in that one. That's going to be the pick. Forget about the Baron, they said. We'll just secure the kill and secure the Baron nonetheless, because that is jungler down. The Baron to be started once again. Bakery Boy and the rest sitting here mid lane, but Erase back in that base there. As they've got nothing to contest. The Saints have nothing to contest this really. York, unless Rockboom goes for a Gumayushi level Baron steal here, this is going to be a tough one to come through. But there's the Curse of the Sad Mummy to come through, a 3-man stun, and somehow 3 kills come the Saints' way. Bakery Boy finds that one, but Unawakened to secure the Baron. As Peter Bishop gets dangerously low here, still has a shutdown on their head, just going to be able to TP back to safety before Bakery Boy and Zephyros can find them. Saints, you're able to flip the Baron or not grab it yourself nonetheless, but you're able to pick up the kills at the Baron.
Yeah, you know, you're able to actually take away a lot of that gold, and that Baron power play that could have been, you know, around 2,000, 3,000 gold is now negative. It's going back in favor of the Saints. They find a huge fight, and it's all off the back of Rockboom and Bakery Boy just getting in there. Erase finally gets a big ultimate off, and it looked scary when you saw the stolen Amumu ult going back the opposite way, but Bakery Boy was able to stay out of it. Rockboom was able to stay out of it. It was only onto Erase, and if you're killing the Amumu with that stolen Amumu ult, you are doing the wrong job. You need to save that for a later day. So it is only one Baron. It's going to be on, of course, Peter Bishop. Who else at that point? But at the end of the day, the Saints keeping themselves alive, just barely scraping in there. They're clawing and scratching their way however they can back into this game. At the very least, they're giving themselves a second chance at life and forcing at least a second Baron for York to try and close this game out.
Yeah, somehow Saints are still in this game. Somehow they're finding those fights. Even when it starts with Alonso getting picked off in that fight, they're able to win that one out, but York University still has that side lane pressure. It's literally anywhere Peter Bishop goes on the map, the Saints just have to be wary of.
They have to be careful at all points in this game because, you know, Peter Bishop is, once again, the god of death, just walking forward, willing to take any life that they have. There is absolutely no remorse in the Aatrox's eyes when it comes to killing things. And of course, this game hasn't had as much of an active performance, and I think that's partially due to Zephyros being a little bit more capable of fighting them in the 1v1. You see Executioner's Calling coming through. It's 2 completed items. Yes, the Ravenous Hydra was just completed and doesn't have any stacks, but at the very least, Zephyros can get back onto the map, can start to split push to open the map up, force Peter Bishop to go into not the best situations, at least not with the team not able to teleport in the right times. And I think that is a key. Just at least open up the map for yourself and try and find any sort of angles. Of course, you still look at the Aatrox with 40 stacks on that Ravenous Hydra. Still going to be incredibly difficult to take down with that Jack Show, but you have tools to fight up against it this time around. You've got the Xin Zhao and this Fiora that can potentially go toe-to-toe in longer extended fights.
Yeah, but long extended fights is the key word there for sure, because you don't find that in the 5v5. Not anymore. Not at this stage in the game when the damage numbers have just become so high. You see a Manamune built there for Unawakened as well. That damage going to help out nonetheless. Also just helps out spamming out that Q, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the main thing at this point as well is I look at the builds and it's, you know, Kraken Slayer coming through from Rockboom. Rockboom knows that they have to be the one to carry. They can't afford to get shield bull. They can't afford to just stay alive. They need to be putting out as much damage as possible. It is the highest DPS damage build possible, I think, for Rockboom at this point, especially when they complete their Lord Dominic's Regards in a little bit. They are trying to just cut through this front line as much as possible. And realistically, Logia on the opposite side, still feeling pretty good about themselves. They're going to be picking up that Infinity Edge soon. Those headshot crits going to just ramp up damage, be able to absolutely decimate Rockboom, and that is where you have to be careful. You cannot step on a trap. You cannot get hit by a net. You cannot be letting this Caitlyn get free autos on you if you are Rockboom, and that job is already so difficult in itself, on top of all the dive coming at you.
3 players heading towards the top side here, but Onyx there to support Peter Bishop if necessary. And I mean, the Cloud Drake goes straight towards York's side there. Nothing to contest it. Bakery Boy definitely privy that they were doing that, but Sephiroth getting engaged on off the bat here. There's the ultimate to come through from the Hecarim. So much damage. The AoE to come through. Rockboom and Alonso are cleaning up the fights here, but you can't forget about Peter Bishop. There's the first one to come back. Ignite popped onto Bakery Boy. Bakery Boy's gonna fall. Peter Bishop going in on Rockboom. Rockboom, what do you have here to end it off? Here's the 3v1. Peter Bishop, can you do it? Rockboom, the damage is good. The Lord Dom came through in the end. The ace is good. The Saints are still in this game. They are still in this series. Objective bounties claimed. Inhib about to be claimed. Still waiting on these death timers.
And Rockboom just comes up massive. They're flashing forward aggressively onto Logia to make sure that they can lock down that Caitlyn. They aren't going to greed for that inhibitor, though. They're scared of those death timers that are coming up. Peter Bishop still have so much time, but at the very least, they've gotten themselves back into this game. Misha looking for anything with this teleport. Alonso's going to come and try and defend it here. Blocks up the Abscond Abduct as well, and now it's going to be Alonso cutting this one out. It is a stolen Crescent Guard available for Misha. They're going to try and chase down Alonso. Going to use his own to get out of there, but I think that's going to be Alonso dying for the cause. But at the end of the day, Rockboom stays alive, protects the bounty, has all that damage in the back pocket. It is oh so important to keep Rockboom alive. Protect the president at all costs.
That's where we're at in this game right now. It's can Rockboom out damage Peter Bishop before Peter Bishop just absolutely run rampant throughout this team? And then you've got the side of Unawakened, you've got Misha there to just continually support this, and you can't forget that the Caitlyn now has that IE online. They're gonna start pumping out damage in these team fights much more than we've seen previously. That might be something that the Saints have to start targeting in these fights here.
Yeah, and I think a big factor is that Rockboom going for the Infinity Edge as well, you know, does not care about having your attack speed, popping that passive as much as possible, just has to do what they can. Bakery Boy trying to get out of here with the Shroud, should be able to. Yep.
Ace in the hole to come through. Chunk Bakery Boy down a little bit, but you live through the 1v3. That's the big part of this, right? You're able to live. Live is the key thing here, because it's not even about giving up the gold anymore. It's about those death timers.
Yeah, but I mean, look at where Sephiroth is. They're trying to do this Baron. They're trying to do it as quickly as possible, but Sephiroth's just on the flank. He's going to try and do what Ricky has done in the past and look for that split push, and now Alonso's stalling this out. Can they steal the Baron? Oh my goodness, they're going for the fight instead.
Rockboom just absolutely obliterated by this entry there, by that engage from Unawakened.
Watch your
as the towers are going down, the inhib is going down, one Nexus turret down, the TP has to come through from Peter Bishop. The one saving grace for the Saints here is that the Baron has not been claimed yet, but Erase is just waiting out the time when these players finally catch up to him. Just gonna opt to go back in, sacrifice himself for the rest of the team here, as Somehow the split push has come through in droves for the Saints, but the Baron now going to be secured by York.
And it's good macro awareness coming through from Zephrod. Yes, they've had a rough series thus far, but they're able to push through on that bottom side of the map. And it's honestly a good play from Rockboom and Erase to stall that out forever. Yes, Rockboom goes down. Yes, you give over a shot down. Yes, you are losing your hard carry in that situation. But look at that gold swing going back the opposite way. They pick up so many objective bounties on that bottom side of the map. They get a Nexus turret. Not going to be regenning for a while. They get the first inhibitors. They have an open inhibitor down mid lane. One more fight, and this Saints team can push this to game 5. It's just, can they find that fight?
Yeah, game 5 is all they have left in their tank here, but you got to focus on the end of game 4 first, and it all comes down to Rockboom in this team fight. It all comes down to the team being able to save their life from the dive of that Hecarim, from the follow-up from the rest of the team, whether that be Misha, whether that be Peter, whether that just be autos being thrown in from Logia. Rockboom has to survive it.
Yeah, and Rockboom just missing out on that chain of corruption. A little bit ambitious to go for Peter Bishop there, especially when you don't know where everyone else is. But if we look at the gold, we need to see how much gold Rockboom is sitting on. It is oh so important to keep in mind when that Infinity Edge is coming through. 600 gold away, 700 gold away approximately. Needs to get that before this next fight. It's not going to be in time for this Cloud Dragon, so I don't think they're going to fight this. I think you just need to funnel as much gold into Rockboom as possible. Try and get this guy this item, because if Rockboom is able to get to that Infinity Edge and just get, 3-4 auto attacks down into someone, crit, at least 2 of them in that situation, you can potentially turn around a fight. You can potentially cut through this Aatrox, who, once again, the raid boss himself. It's the Aatrox, it's the Hecarim constantly diving your backline that you have to be mindful of.
Yeah, Aatrox and Hecarim are the 2 key members there, and the thing about York's team comp too is they still have that Braum in the back pocket, right? You still have that ultimate from the Braum that can come through. Saints have to be wary of that on their engages, but for the most part, I mean, the range damage coming through from Rockboom has been the key part here. There's the repose to come through from Zephrod. Misha dangerously low and going to be able to heal up a bit. Wait for those procs to wear off from that copycat ultimate there from the hijack, but now Zephrod being chased down, and this is a big pick for the side of York. After they secure this, they're going to have, that's all a split push down for the Saints. They can't pressure the base like they did last time, and for 45 seconds, York is just going to be able to run rampant on this map.
And of course, their Baron is still up for another 37 seconds. That's the main thing. Very likely this tier 2 top lane has to go down. They invest 4 members up to the top side, but there's no answer on the flip side of the map. Granted, Bakery Boy pushing in that bot lane. That's double supers now pushing down into the bot lane. Gonna be a persistent thing that the rest of the team has to worry about. Misha, Peter on that bottom side of the map continuously clearing out that way because they have to. It prevents the rest of York from pushing into the base. At the very least, 6,500 gold down. St. Clair refused to give up. They've got that grit about them. They've played harder teams. They've played Maryville this weekend, and of course, it was a very hard-fought series in which they went down, but they are not willing to go down to York. Not quite yet, at the very least. They're going to give it their all, but once again, really comes down to the next couple of fights. I want to highlight, look at when Dragon spawn it, look at when Baron spawning. 30 seconds apart. You cannot afford to give over either one of these buffs, because looking at Silas, looking at Hecarim, looking at Aatrox, all with Cloud Soul sprinting at you with your own ultimates in terms of the Silas there. Not a good sign, but if you give over Baron, you lose the game as well. It's literally a catch-22. You have to get literally both of them, and you have to try and open up the map. And as you can see, Zephrod going back to town on the bottom side of the map, trying to find any sort of opening on this map, trying to pull 1, 2, 3 members back over there.
Like you said, those objectives, I can't see a world where this game does not end after those objectives spawn, right? Like, it's all going to come down in this next 2 minutes here, and like you said, that Baron spawning just a little bit quicker than the Dragon, but it's almost going to be a 50-50 trying to find, like, what's York going to try and pressure first?
And I think realistically, they have a world where they can just try and spam down this Baron as quickly as possible and give over that Dragon. It is not as important for them to get this Dragon exactly now. It's more so just an extra bonus that they can get. If they get the Cloud Soul and the Saints go for Baron, they're perfectly fine with that. But if the Saints go for Dragon and York get the Baron, I think York are still perfectly fine with that because there's no Cloud Soul potential from the side of the Saints. Breaker though here, once again trying to break ankles instead, trying to outmaneuver them. Of course, that bot lane inhibitor now is spawning. means that you have to be a little bit more careful. You don't have that extra pressure on the other side of the map. You don't have those super minions constantly pushing. So in terms of your wave management, it is now going to start to even out. It might start pushing back towards the side of the Saints, and they need to keep that macro in mind because it will be oh so challenging to just give Zephrot that much room once again, because it happens once, it never happens again in these games.
100%. That inhibitor being back up there now, it just, right, you lose that pressure that you had before. The scary part for York was that if they tried to go for one of these objectives, right, they've only got one Nexus turret left. And all it takes is Zephrot to walk forward, start just walking into that base, start auto-attacking, start hitting Q, and then that Nexus turret just disappears. Now you've got that inhib up, you've got that little safety net. Peter Bishop, teleport in hand, still just going to be waiting for something from Zephrot, right?
Waiting for that next move. I mean, Peter Bishop might have to be that one to just sort of back, go down there, match the push, but on Awaken going in. Great knockup from Alonso.
Those pop though, and there's the ultimate. Rock Boom taken out of the fight immediately, and it's looking all to go York's way here. A race to fall in the backline. Alonso getting down into the backline of York, actually. Able to find Caitlyn there, but there it is. Toebreaker falls, Zephrot falls. Alonso getting chased down by this Braum here, and as the triple kill comes through, Alonso is the only person left for the Saints, and no objective was needed. It was just the force, it was just the overstep from the Saints that was needed to end out this game, and with 50+ second death timers here, York is just looking to run this down and take this grand finals of the NECC.
Yeah, it seems as if they're not even going to have any sort of resistance. It's Rock Boom spawning in 5 seconds. Is that going to be enough to potentially turn the tides? You're going to need a miracle in that situation. Erase looking as well. 2 seconds up. Are they going to be able to hold the line? Chain of Corruption comes down. I don't know if it's going to be enough. No, Rock Boom not getting enough auto attacks. Oh my goodness, on Awakening to the back line.
Just that ultimate from this Hecarim cannot be stopped, and the fear is huge. That ADC pops regardless of who jumps off to him. Rock Boom is going to pop. There it is. York University are your NECC Grand Finals champions.
What a series from York, turning it around after game 1, sort of overcoming their demons. So challenging for the Saints to get back into that one, of course. All turned around after a game 1 where in the early game specifically, you know, Peter Bishop was so strong once again, was an absolute massive force on that top side of the map. And it just felt like until that last 5 minutes of game 4, the Saints just ended up being so lost, especially through games 2 and games 3. They weren't really able to find a grasp on the game, and these early game leads that came through from York were just a little bit too much. So unfortunately for the Saints, that doesn't mean that their season is over. It would have been over either way, but unfortunately going to be going down to York. But of course, congratulations to York for winning a very close series at that, 3-1, and congrats on the NECC Northeast, whatever it's called.
Yeah, the Legends is...
Of course it's the Legends, it makes sense.
The Legends division here in League of Legends themselves, yeah, but York cleans up this grand finals, takes the championship in the end. 3-1 fashion, dominant in the last 2 games, and honestly, in the last 3 games, no.
I think realistically, you can look at some of these big players that came in there. Of course, Peter Bishop having a massive performance. You know, game 4, you know, all of us were calling for the Aatrox ban. We were wondering why it didn't come through, and it almost worked out. The Fiora pick almost worked, but still, it was just too omnipresent. I think Unawakened, you know, took those first 2 games to just sort of warm up, you know, live up to exactly what their IGN suggested, but after that, that Hecarim just came through, and it came through in droves, so difficult to lock down, and Logia, especially in game 4, coming back alive after a really rough first couple of games there, able to sort of seal the deal. And of course, for the side of the Saints, Rock Boom just died there. And you know that they're feeling it right now. They did everything that they could in all 4 of those games. I mean, game 1, massive performance. Game 3, even coming back on that Lucian, but unfortunately just wasn't enough for tonight.
Yeah, and that's about wraps us up for the end of tonight. What a great grand finals we had here. A late one, nonetheless. A late start to begin with here for a best of 5, but we made it through. We chugged it out for 4 games. York gonna take the grand finals here. And as we wrap up, classic shoutouts here. Production team, thank you so much for your hard work behind the scenes there, especially dealing with a lot of the league issues that come with the league client there. But shout out Ryan on the directing, Jobin there on the observing for tonight. Thank you, Adam, for coming in to cast again, for helping me out with the analysis that you know, us non-league nerds have trouble with. But nonetheless, it was a great night here. York showed us a game to behold, showed us that Aatrox still definitely prevalent in the meta. And any last words for tonight here before we head out?
That's basically going to be it for me, specifically on the Saints stream. We do have Overwatch Grand Finals tomorrow and NECC against U Ottawa Garnet. No bias there in that regard. I'm not going to say anything, but after that, find out when the next Saints stream will be. If not, hope all of you have a wonderful holiday season ahead of you as well. And that's going to be it for tonight. See you all. This time not going to be in as advantageous of a position, but the Rage is going aggressive on the Phoenix here.
Yeah, Phoenix has that flash in the back pocket there. Just going to dash over the wall, though, over towards Unawakened. Unawakened diving in towards 3. Alonso ignited down. Going to be falling, but Rock Boom, the damage is stacking up here. Rock Boom able to find one. At this point, Sephiroth getting dove under tower constantly. This bot lane not necessarily able to fight anything out. They do have this work available for Rock Boom, though. Unawakened right behind that wall, waiting for the engage to come through. You see the TP coming through from that mid laner as well, and there it is, a race to fall, the starting of this fight. Zinzao, Alonso to find that Silas comes down, the damage piles on. Bakery Boy to match this roam in the 2v3. This can be possible as Bakery Boy and Rock Boom have the tools to make it happen. Fork is available, but Logia takes that range advantage.
The Aatrox at least sort of show something up in the later stages, and while you've got the Divine Sunder, you should be able to make something happen. But fighting bot side, it's already the Kunz first out from Logia. Are they going to be able to continue this fight?
No, they will not. It's a race to fall initially, and as the Ignite burns, Rock Boom should be able to find this problem, but now he's going to have to keep chasing him down. The rain of arrows is going to be good, and that's a dive lane for any Saint that comes.
And it is close. In every right, it is a closer situation, but nonetheless, Weldon has to get out of here. They're just chasing him down.
Chases down with the ultimate. Fiora here. Grand challenge comes on, but can they proc that last vital? Can they get that healing down for the team? Alonso gonna fall. This Ravenous Hydra on this Hecarim. Where's the health? They chunked him down to about half earlier in this fight, and the health is right back. Unawakened tanking this entire tower as Bakery Boy tries to chase them down. Bakery Boy only able to follow Logia, pop the Ignite. Logia should fall from that one, but Bakery Boy stuck in this shroud against the Hecarim. The ace to
45. You know, Peter Bishop didn't even bother to go up there. They're able to get tier 2 mid. They're able to get tier 2 bot as well. Alonso just doing everything that they can. Going to shut down one in retaliation. Phoenix not going to be able to get out of this one, but look who's arrived already. Unawakened going to be on the scene, trying to find even more. My goodness, Onslaught of Shadows is already back up. And Alonso going to try and kite this one out, but here comes Peter.
Opts that ultimate as well, and is just gonna run rampant with this healing, but some fancy footwork from Rock Boom and that base there. They've got nothing to contest. The Saints have nothing to contest this really. York, unless Rock Boom goes for a Gumayushi level Baron steal here, this is going to be a tough one to come through. But there's the Curse of the Sad Mummy to come through, a 3-man stun, and somehow 3 kills come the Saints' way. Bakery Boy finds that one, but Unawakened to secure the Baron. As Peter Bishop gets dangerously low here, still has it straight towards York's side there. Nothing to contest it. Bakery Boy definitely proved that they were doing that, but Sephiroth getting engaged on off the bat here. There's the ultimate to come through from the Hecarim. So much damage. The AoE to come through. Rock Boom and Alonso are cleaning up the fights here, but you can't forget about Peter Bishop. There's the first one to come back. Ignite pops onto Bakery Boy. Bakery Boy's gonna fall. Peter Bishop going in on Rock Boom. Rock Boom, what do you have here to end it off? Here's the 3v1. Peter Bishop, can you do it? Rock Boom, the damage is
needing for that next move. I mean, Peter Bishop might have to be that one to just sort of back, go down there, match the push, but Unawakened going in. Great knockup from Alonso.
Those pop though, and there's the ultimate. Rock Boom taken out of the fight immediately, and it's looking all to go York's way here. A race to fall in the backline. Alonso getting down into the backline of York, actually. Able to find Caitlyn there, but there it is. Toebreaker falls, Sephiroth falls.